2022. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and join us in a brief moment of silence as we keep in our thoughts and prayers of the brave men and women of our armed services that defend our freedoms at home and abroad each day. Let's pause in their honor for a brief moment. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Okay, Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara. Present. Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Schiavone.
Present.
Okay.
Present.
First order of business, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from our October 11th, 2022 meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Secondly, I'd like to make a motion to approve our minutes from the Hampton Bays Water District Commissioners meeting of October 14th, 2022. Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Third, I'd like to make a motion to approve the special town board meeting minutes of October 20th, 2022.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Next order of business, I'd like to add 5 resolutions to our packet. These are walk-ons. 41531 is sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, and it would authorize the supervisor to execute an extended license agreement with Cornell University Cooperative Extension of Suffolk County to provide services to the town for use of Tiana Bay facility. 41548 would appoint Michael Taliavia to the Architectural Review Board. 41560 authorizes the supervisor to sign any and all agreements for awards of Community Preservation Fund CPF 20% water quality improvement project funds. 41561 is our 20th warrant, and 41562 authorizes the supervisor to sign an agreement with Thomas Reuters for online legal subscriptions for the town attorney's office. I'll make a motion to walk those 5 resolutions on.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That needed 4 out of 5. It sounded unanimous, so those will all be part of our agenda. All right, next, I'll ask our clerk, Cindy Schermeyer, to read the communications.
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the New York State Department of Public Service regarding virtual workshop for the 2022 Winter Outreach Campaign. Town of Southold Town Board notices of adoption. Village of Southampton Architectural Review Board public hearing notice for location at 7 Jen Lane in Southampton Village. We have received petitions, emails, and letters regarding the following. Petition, stop highway work on Flying Point Road, Watermill. Emails and letters regarding change of zone application entitled Liberty Gardens, Southampton. Hampton Bays downtown listening sessions. Overnight residential vehicle parking in Hampton Bays. Planning board matter of the Lewis Road PRD, East Quogue. Proposed CPF purchase of Marsden Street property, Sag Harbor. Proposed destruction of the Brewster House Hotel in Flanders. Bid and request for proposals. We had 1 RFP for architectural and engineering services for the Southampton Police Headquarters expansion on October 20th, 2022. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you, Sandy. Okay, we're going to move to public hearings. We have 4 public hearings scheduled for this evening. I think most of you are probably here for the 4th public hearing, but we're going to do them in the order they're listed, though I expect the first 3 to go fairly quickly. If you wish to be heard at the public hearing, we do ask that you fill out a card. There were some cards available in the hall. If not, when I exhaust the cards, we will come back to the audience. If you hadn't filled out a card, you'll have an opportunity to speak. We are also holding a hybrid meeting this evening. That means that people can also participate remotely from their homes, offices, or other locations. And so there'll be a point where I turn to the administrator of this for CTV and ask if there's anyone online who wishes to be heard as well. We ask that you keep your comments to no longer than 3 minutes, and the clerk will I'll typically tell you when you're down to your last 30 seconds. Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to read the first public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 1 on the 2023 preliminary budget.
Okay, is anyone presenting on this? Dorothy, are you saying anything? Dorothy is the controller. Okay, this is a necessary step in approving the budget for next year. It's a pretty tight budget. I know the board may have questions and changes to the budget. So this is really an opportunity though for the public to weigh in on the budget. So I ask, I don't have any cards yet.
On their
Anyone
way.
on hearing one? All right, John, check if there's any number ones there. Anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on the budget hearing? No. Okay, Charles, do we have?
I do have one hand, but I don't know whether they're here for that.
Okay, if you're listening online and you wish to speak on the budget hearing, not the proposed affordable housing, if you wish to speak on the budget hearing, we'll bring you in.
No hands.
Okay, I suspected so. All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Sir, Mr. Supervisor, you have to do it. You have to adjourn to November 9th.
Oh, we have a second date? It has to be held over. Okay. Thank you, Janice. Okay, I'll make a motion to adjourn the hearing to November 9th. Is that day or night?
That's a daytime
Day,
meeting.
so 1
First
p.m.
meeting.
1 o'clock. Second.
November 9th. Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the hearing is adjourned. We'll move on to the second public hearing notice. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 2, to consider any increases proposed in the maximum amount to be expended annually in the town of Southampton special districts.
Okay, this is also a budgetary hearing. There's lots of special districts in the town. Each has budget requests. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this public hearing on special district budgets? Seeing none. Charles, anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay, and this also has to get adjourned too. So I'll make a motion to adjourn the public hearing to November 9th.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hearing is adjourned. We'll move on to public hearing number 3. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 3 for the proposed recipients of the 2023 Community Development Block Grant Program.
All right, and Kara Back, our Director of Community Housing and Development?
Housing and Community.
Housing and Community Development. I got the community in the wrong spot. I knew community was in there, so.
Good evening. HUD's Community Development Block Grant Program, CDBG, provides annual grants for the development and expansion of opportunities in low and moderate income communities. Suffolk County administers the grant funds to the town of Southampton through the Suffolk County Consortium. This is a public hearing to receive community comments and recommendations to the town's proposed spending of the Community Development Block Grant for 2023. The town is requesting $220,000 from the county for the coming year, but the final amount is subject to change after Congress approves the final federal budget. A public notice for this hearing was published according to HUD guidelines. For the public certification, each proposed activity must meet one of the following national objectives to be eligible for the program: benefit low and moderate income persons, prevent or eliminate blight, or address an immediate health or welfare threat. In addition to meeting one of the national objectives, the activity must be a Suffolk County eligible activity: construction or improvement of public facilities, support for public services, housing rehabilitation, or economic development activities. Funding has been requested for numerous projects, such as for the construction of a new senior center in Bridgehampton, and funding for an inclusive play space for seniors, youth, and disabled residents at the Crowhan Center. The town has also received applications for funding from various public service groups. I have distributed a summary of the proposals to the board for your consideration. At the November 9th meeting, I will submit a resolution authorizing the submission of projects and service groups the board selects to the county for funding approval. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Will this need to be held over too in terms of the public hearing, or are we able to close it today?
You're able to close this today.
Okay, any questions for Kara?
Kara, just on the Heart of the Hamptons, the $30,000, is that the same as it was last year?
Last year, we distributed about $5,000 to each of the public service groups.
Okay.
Is our
a
available
comment-
funding larger than it was last year, or is it?
Last year, we requested, I believe it was $250,000, and we were granted $180,000. My understanding is they cut everybody, all of the members of the consortium, way back. So we're hoping this year we'll get a little bit of an increase from what we got.
Councilman Scavone, you have something?
Just a word on the bus shelter that we're proposing in Flanders on Oak and Flanders Boulevard. These are the bus stations that are designed in Southampton Town by the community members in that particular area. It's kind of, it's $40,000. It's something that we had been doing with the county, but the county has pulled out of that in recent years, but we're committed to this style for the S92. It's kind of our look, and it looks good in the neighborhood. So
Yep.
that's just a comment on that particular piece. I'm glad it's in there.
Okay, any other questions from the board for Ms. Back? All right, thank you. We'll go to the public. So this is public hearing number 3. This is on allocation of grant requests for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Is there, I don't have any cards that have indicated number 3. Ron?
I did fill out a card.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Did you say number 3 on it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Ron.
So my name is Ron Fisher. I live in Shinnecock Hills, and I wanted to encourage you to support 2 applications that went in. One is for the Butterfly Effect Project. The other is for Sepa Mujer. Both serve traditionally underprivileged youth and immigrant women in the town of Southampton. The funding is crucial to our budget. It's one of the few grants that can be used for administrative support and salary. Both organizations count on that funding. Last year, we were hoping for $10,000. The award got cut to $5,000. This year, we put in projects again, hoping for $10,000. We understand that you don't control the funding that comes in, but that you guys direct how it's spent. So both of those organizations serve Southampton. They're serving populations that aren't served by other organizations in the town, and I would just ask that you support both applications. Additionally, there's a bunch of other people in line downstairs to speak, so if you can leave public hearing 3 open, I know that they're here and they want to speak on it, but they're stuck in the line.
Okay.
So if you can leave it open.
We'll discuss that as a board. Maybe there's a way of getting them here.
I can go pick them out if you want.
You can try. Go ahead,
Okay.
that would help.
All right, thank you very much for your support.
Okay, I do have a Dilcia
She's in line.
Arazo.
You made it.
Ron, use the time to try to get the others.
Thank you.
My name is Dilcia Erazo. I'm the community organizer at Sepa Mujer. I'd like to formally thank the town of Southampton for the opportunity to speak here tonight, and I'm here in support of Sepa Mujer for the Community Development Block Grant. With the funds previously allocated to Sepa Mujer, our organization has been able to assist residents in the town of Southampton in 2021 in the following ways. We were able to assess 136 residents who are survivors of domestic violence and link them to community resources regarding English language education, health services, emergency shelter, domestic violence services, educational services for children, and emergency financial services through our 24/7 hotline number. Able to assist 5 residents with legal services. We were able to provide approximately 450 low-income residents with COVID-19 case management services, which include rental assistance and cash assistance due to suffering from COVID-19, a reduction of hours, or lost their jobs due to the pandemic. Through our outreach efforts, such as street outreach in the train stations, laundromats, supermarkets, street festivals, and libraries, community presentations, and social media, we were able to connect with approximately 8,000 residents in the town of Southampton to inform them about the services and resources aforementioned. Our 2 chapter locations in Hampton Bays and Riverside allowed us to meet with community members in person and provide them with educational workshops ranging from first-time home buying, budgeting, knowing their rights in the workplace, and understanding state and federal taxes. Although funding comes from various sources, the town of Southampton CDBG grant plays a huge role in reaching those folk who live in these communities. We greatly appreciate the contribution to our communities over the years and hope to continue this effort. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, you check on the
I
volume of the
asked
mic?
Charles.
What?
I asked Charles.
To turn the mic up? I imagine you guys are all having trouble hearing the speaker, right?
They were trying to get an overflow room set up.
Okay. All right. So we are still on public hearing number 3 on CDBG, which is a Community Development Block Grant allocations. Do we have anyone else who wishes to be heard on this? If you could step over to the microphone and identify yourselves, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments known.
Hello, my name is Shanissa Thames. I'm from the Butterfly Effect Project. My name is, formerly known as Happy Feet, a nickname given to me by the founder and executive director of the Butterfly Effect Project, Tijuana Fulford, known as Miss Tia. Today I stand here as Miss Shanissa, a mentor and role model who I am to about 45 girls in the town of Southampton through school chapters I facilitate. In the last 8 years of being involved in the program, I've had the opportunity to watch girls grow, the impact I've had in so many more, especially myself. As it is our mission to create a safe space for girls to dream and succeed, I was once a girl that was able to dream, succeed, and live out my dreams. My 8th grade English teacher created an assignment for us to get a book out of the library and write a report. I didn't want history, I didn't want science, I want sports. My English teacher, who was infatuated with my wardrobe and shoes, helped me pull a fashion book. Ironically, I was named Happy Feet because out of the ordinary shoes choices I had at butterfly meetings. From then on, fashion is what I aspired to do for years. Things continued to fall in place. Los Angeles was a place I dreamed of living, and then I fell in love with the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandise in Los Angeles. With the encouragement of Miss Tia, my whole butterfly family, and the community, I applied and was accepted to my dream school. I attended that dream school, lived in my dream city, traveled beyond measured, and graduated this past June. Upon completion of my 18-month course, I moved back to New York and lived out a dream I never once imagined. I came back to Butterfly full-time, took over not one, but 7 school chapters, mentoring and helping girls like myself. And now we have jump-started Looks by Lynette Butterfly Closet, which is a personalized youth clothing boutique that addresses the need for nice and or appropriate clothing, as well as insecurities of girls in our community. I myself, using donations we collect from the community, will allow me to create personalized outfits that will be packaged and either privately arranged or sent out to further expose the girls of further embarrassment. The boutique allows the girls to be confident on the outside, which grows confidence within, empowering them to face whatever situation arises looking fabulous. Taking one day at a time, one chapter at a time, one school at a time, one girl at a time, and one butterfly at a time, it takes a community to make an enormous difference, a huge impact to create the Butterfly Effect Project. Funding BEP isn't just about empowering our girls, but empowering our community as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. Sorry, we were just rushed up here, so a little bit frazzled. Anyway, my name is Brianna Hernan. I'm the Program and Development Director at the Butterfly Effect Project, which is a girls' mentoring and empowerment organization that is headquartered in Riverhead, but we serve many residents and many girls in Southampton town. We're now serving 600 youth across Suffolk County in 7 evening chapters, 2 of which serve majority Southampton residents hailing from Flanders and Riverside, and 1 which is located in West Hampton, and 9 school chapters, 1 of which is Phillips Avenue School, located in Southampton. So with the assistance of community partners, we have jump-started supplemental programming based on participant interests and passions, including intergenerational garden club, performance art program, a social justice action group, and career preparation. This career preparation includes new college access programming featuring an extended overnight college tour, a job readiness program that lands butterflies in their first jobs, and that's not to mention the countless field trips we offer, the essential resources like diapers, hygiene products, clothes, school supplies, and more we provide to participants, families, and their communities. So we've grown exponentially since our founding in 2014, which was with 8 girls in the basement of the Riverhead Library. And now, obviously, we have 600 youth that we're serving across Suffolk County, and that need continues to grow, and the demand for our program continues to grow. Our small team works tirelessly in multiple capacities. We're teachers, we're fundraisers, we're managers, counselors, bus drivers, custodians, web developers, you name it, we do it. And we do it to uplift our youth as well as open doors and allow them to realize their immense potential. We need funds to continue to do this very important work. and continue to meet the needs of the participants, families, and communities we serve. We fund programming by the skin of our teeth through fundraisers, grants, private donors, but count on CDBG funding to fill in those gaps, and we stretch every dollar to make the absolute most of it. So the CDBG funding would mean so much to BEP. It will allow us to continue to compensate our talented and dynamic staff, as well as sustain our newly expanded programming for the year to come. Not only will it allow us to uplift the youth we serve, but uplift our entire community. So thank you so much. Thanks for letting us jump in here, and we really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're still in public hearing number 3 on community development block grant funding. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? Okay. Charles, to you, in the online world, do we have anybody who is
No, sir.
indicating they're wishing to be heard?
There are no hands.
Where is Ron Fisher?
He wasn't.
He went out, okay. I didn't know if he was going out to bring more people in. Can we check?
Sorry.
Are there more people waiting outside who aren't able to get in?
Like 100. Yeah,
There's people who haven't even signed in yet.
All the way down the road.
All right, but we don't know if they're here on this community development block grant. All right, Kara, where did Kara go?
Ron's right there, so let him just.
What's the deadline for us to have to make a decision on community development block grant funding?
We have to submit the applications to the county by December 1st.
All right, so we have time, so
You
we
do.
could hold
Okay.
it over.
Sure,
So that if there were some people who wanted to speak, they could.
yes.
Because we
Yes.
have a lot of people here to speak at the next hearing, and I'd like to be able to get to it.
Sure.
So-
We can have the resolution of adoption on the second meeting in November, if that works.
Okay.
Yep.
Is it in the packet, Kara, for tonight?
The
The
resolution.
resolution?
No, I'm sorry, the resolution of adoption is not on tonight.
So we're good.
Okay, all right, so I will make a motion to adjourn the public hearing number 3 to November 9th,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please read the 4th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 4, combined public hearing for the SECRA draft environmental impact statement, DEIS, and zone change application entitled Liberty Gardens, formerly known as Concern for Independent Living, that proposes a change from R20 to multifamily MF44 and an increase in residential density pursuant to Section 330-8 to enable 12 units per acre in order to construct a 60-unit supported housing development that is 100% affordable in the hamlet of Tuckahoe.
Okay, so I know there's many people here to speak on this. Just based on the cards I already have, if everybody takes 3 minutes, we're looking at a good 2 hours of testimony. So we're going to start, though, with a brief introduction. I'm going to allow our land planning and development administrator, Jenna Shearer, to introduce this. We will then go to the applicant for an introduction from the Liberty Gardens folks. And then we'll go to the public here and outside. We'll bring them in. After you speak, it's helpful that you step out and make room for other people to come into the room. There is a TV set right next door, too, where you can watch this. It's also available at home on Channel 22. We should be streaming live as well as on your computer. All right, Jenna Shearer.
Good evening, Supervisor Schneider and members of the board, and all the folks here tonight. My name is Janice Shearer, and I just wanted to give you a basic intro that we are here for a dual or combined public hearing that looks at, it's impossible to look at a zone change application outside of the secret process, so we combine both those processes together. And the state is very specific as to how that goes. The board as lead agency adopted a final scope. The applicant prepared a draft environmental impact statement. They'll show you their proposal. The impact statement goes through these type of impacts, and if people speaking can focus their thoughts or considerations on any of these topic areas, it helps in the end collate all the information. You don't have to, but if you want to speak to any of these are the basic topics. Of course, there's more. And I just also wanted to note that we had a large amount of traffic concerns. We have an outside consultant, Ron Hill, who is here tonight from Dunn Engineering. He did review their traffic impact study. He has a memo that I'm going to pass out to you, and so if you have questions or would like to hear from Ron, after you hear public testimony, you want to speak to Ron, he's here to talk about his memo and answer any traffic questions you may have. So with that, I'm here as well, and thank you so much.
Any initial questions for Janice? Okay, I just want to say one thing. I know there's 2 cards for people who wish to speak in public portion, which will follow this hearing. You're welcome to stay and watch, but it's unlikely that we will get to you for at least an hour and a half, possibly 2 hours. So that's the way it is, but you're certainly welcome to stay. But okay.
Thank you.
So who is Chick, or are you? Okay.
Good evening, my name's Charlie Russo. I'm counsel to Concern. Mr. Supervisor, Board, community residents that are present, both supportive and in opposition to our petition. And those visiting on Zoom, I recognize the amount of people that wish to comment this evening, so I'm going to keep my initial comments very brief. We first met with the town attorney and planning department on March 24th of 2017 to discuss the project. Our preliminary petition for approval to submit the zoning application was filed on in October of 2018. After 2 separate work sessions, the invasion of COVID, the numerous changes to our plans, a resolution was passed by this board on January 28th of 20, which concluded, be it further resolved that due to the increased need for quality, affordable housing throughout the town board hereby elects to consider the formal application for a change of zone petition to Town Code Section 330-185 for the project entitled Southampton Full Gospel Church. Subsequently, we filed our rezoning petition, as well as an expanded environmental assessment. A positive declaration led to the preparation of a DEIS, a scoping session, and the final prep of the DES. So here we are tonight with the hope of addressing everybody's concerns and questions regarding our application and our petition. But we will concentrate succinctly on a few different issues. The dire need for affordable housing on the entire east end of Long Island, as evinced by numerous studies which we've attached to our petition, letters of support from county, local, and state representatives, which are part of our application, as well as the language referred to in your resolution. The second thing we want to concentrate on is Concern's ability to have secured the subject property which meets the state and federal criteria for funding workforce housing, as well as the town's requirements for the increase of density pursuant to Section 330-8 of the Town Code. Then we'd like to focus on Concern's historical commitment to workforce housing and providing dignified and well-deserved residence for homeless veterans, as well as creating projects which are sensitive to the architectural and environmental elements that blend with the nature and character of our communities. And most importantly, the fact that Concern possesses the expertise and the reputation to secure funding for the acquisition, development, and continual maintenance and support for each of our projects. In a moment, you're going to hear how Concern's cooperation with the community and the town planning department has led to significant amendments to our plan. And finally, you will hear comment with respect to our DEIS and an explanation of the process. Tonight, it is our hope that we can address all of the issues and concerns which we have heard to date and which we will hear tonight. To that end, you will hear from members of our team that will address these issues. We will be attentive to all comments this evening, and hopefully we will address your concerns so that we can move on with this important project. And I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Ralph Fasano, who will direct comments regarding the project.
Thank you, Charlie. So once again, I'm Ralph Fasano. I'm the Executive Director of Concern Housing. Concern is a not-for-profit organization. I apologize for reading this. I tried to do it to memory, but my memory capacity was not such to handle the volume of issues. I will also speak up. Concern Housing is a not-for-profit organization founded in 1972. Our mission is to provide housing and services that enrich people's lives and the communities where we locate. Concern has earned numerous awards for smart growth, energy efficiency, and excellence in affordable housing. In 2021, Liberty Station received Long Island Business News Award for Best Project in Affordable Housing. Concern not only develops sites, but we manage everything we build. Staff and administrators are available 24/7 to address any issues at our housing or attend to tenant needs. A team of social workers, counselors, and other staff connect veterans with services from the VA and other providers. A well-staffed property management team ensures that our sites are kept in great shape. When we were first made aware of the opportunity to develop the site behind the Southampton Full Gospel Church, we promised we would work together with the community to make this housing an asset. Numerous developers sought to develop the land before us, but none could work out an arrangement with the church or raise the amount of funds to make a high-quality housing proposal feasible. That amount is $38 million now. It's increased substantially over the years as costs have increased. We have invested over $1.2 million in legal, design, and acquisition fees to get to this stage. We've spoken with many community members and have used their feedback to amend and improve our plans. As an example, at an initial town council work session, we were asked to incorporate as many energy efficiency features as we could into this new development. We hired top-notch energy consultants and instructed them to develop the most climate-friendly, state-of-the-art design. The project is fully electric, has a substantial solar array, and will meet Enterprise Green Communities criteria, a national standard for energy efficiency. The impact to the land from clearing will be mitigated through planting approximately 125 trees. Many of the existing trees will remain. Community input also mitigated traffic impacts. Early in the design process, we were asked by the planning department to consider including access roads into Seasons Lane and Hillcrest Terrace. While we saw the merits of including these access points, we abandoned this approach after meeting with residents of these communities and hearing their concerns about cross-traffic through their neighborhoods. We now have one point of ingress and egress onto County Road 39. At the recommendation of Suffolk County DPW, the entrance to the Southampton Church has been combined with the entrance to Liberty Gardens, eliminating the need for an extra curb cut. Ironically, in demonstrating the difficulty with moving forward a project of any kind, the fact that we listened to the neighbors and eliminated access roads through local neighborhoods have led others to raise concerns that a single entrance and exit onto County Road 39 would cause too much traffic. The recent traffic study conducted shows that during weekday AM peak hours, this project would generate 27 to 48 trips. Of course, not everyone comes and goes at the same time, so the effect of these cars spread out over several hours should be negligible. Our experience operating similar projects is that there are fewer cars than typical residential complexes. Overall, the traffic study and our experience with this kind of development shows that the project will not result in adverse traffic impact. We know the traffic is bad here, we just don't think we're going to contribute to it. Having workforce housing east of the canal could actually reduce some traffic.
Please.
We also
Let the
listened when
speaker
residents of
speak.
Hillcrest voiced concerns about the location of the proposed sewage treatment plant. We now are proposing a plan to connect to the existing sewage treatment plant owned and operated by the Hampton Center for Rehabilitation and Nursing, which is at less than its capacity. This will not only eliminate the need for additional sewage treatment plant near Hillcrest Homes, but will be more environmentally friendly by consolidating usage into a single plant. A recent news article voiced concerns that our housing will overuse emergency services, and with the only access point being on County Road 39, this would create difficulty navigating. The housing will include 30 units for veterans. While it is true that our veterans may use emergency services at a higher rate than the average person due to their experiences in the service and their age, concern is very attuned to the issues raised, and we are willing to explore solutions to mitigate our impact and respond to the needs of the first responder community. For example, in some of our other projects, we have an arrangement with a local private ambulance company, which we will explore here if it is needed. In addition, we would be very eager to establish an emergency access point for fire, police, and ambulance to respond without having to enter on County Road 39. One option might be to work with the Hampton Center for permission to use their emergency access road off North Sea Road that connects directly to the land in question. We could plan, for example, to have some kind of gate to ensure that an access point was used only by emergency services. In one of the hearings, it was expressed that the veteran component of the project was positive and that we should maximize the number of veterans. Subsequently, we were able to get New York State to approve that all 30 of the supportive housing units could be for veterans. We are very proud of the work we have done in this area. Whether it is the Vietnam veterans who were shunned when they returned to this country, or the younger veterans who need our help after serving us, it is gratifying to be able to provide the housing that they need and deserve. You know, I reference the Vietnam veterans as the older ones, but I'm reminded that our first residence at Liberty Village, one of our first residents was from World War II. He's 95 years old. He'd been washed out in Sandy, and we were able to give him housing. And his young neighbor next door, who was from the Korean War, who was also made homeless due to bad circumstances, they became leaders of the community. And they really inspired all of us to do this. And they both really told us that you know, the ability to live in respectful housing, to end their lives, which unfortunately both of them passed since that time, but it meant so much to them, and it means so much to us. I know there have been questions about where the veterans come from. We are fortunate to have a number of veterans here tonight who will tell their story. We also have our good friend Frank Amalfitano, CEO of United Veterans Beacon House. Frank works with veterans who don't have an affordable permanent place to live. He provides them with transitional housing, job opportunities, and placement in the permanent housing that they run, or to places like concern housing. We also work with Tom Ronan, Director of Suffolk County Veteran Services. Veterans in need of housing connect with us through these services in addition to our work with the Northport VA. And Northport VA couldn't be here tonight, but they have submitted testimony. And in the many years we have been developing affordable housing, we have frequently heard that the site chosen is the wrong place. It's either too close to shopping and public places or too far. It's off a main road or not close enough to one of them. Opponents often state that they are supportive of what we do, but we should just do it elsewhere. Similar to the experiences here in Southampton with Sandy Hollow and Spion Commons, critics frequently change their minds once a development is complete and occupied. This site is located close to amenities. Residents can walk to work or take public transportation that is located nearby. It is east of the canal, where it will have the least impact on traffic. It is over 300 feet from the road, screened by dense woods. Despite the fact this site will not be seen from the road, we have strived to design the buildings so that they fit seamlessly into the community. The renderings you see above you and behind me they're the actual renderings. I heard things from people like, well, oh, they put up things like that, but then they're going to put up ugly housing. These are the renderings. This is what the housing will look at like. The high-quality, well-run housing will replace the current homeless encampments that have existed on this site. One of the things we've heard a lot is that we cannot guarantee that the people who live here will be from Southampton. While it is true that under the law, we cannot specifically bar non-Southampton residents from applying to live here, data from Sandy Hollow and Spion Commons shows that the vast majority of residents will in fact be existing Southampton residents. Out of 64 apartments that were available for rent in these projects, approximately 70% came from hamlets within the town of Southampton, and 20% came from 119 zip codes. In their most recent project in East Hampton, 86% of the people who moved in either lived or worked in the town of East Hampton. The reality is people choose to live close to where they work and where they are from. Out of the 21 individuals that moved into Sandy Hollow and Spion from outside of the town of Southampton, 38% work in the town. It is unlikely that folks will be moving to the east end of Long Island, far from their employment, friends and family, just for an apartment. In fact, just one person living in these developments came from outside of Suffolk County. Fair housing law prohibits rejecting or excluding any applicant from submitting an application or applying to participate in the housing selection process. However, we do market heavily in the communities where we locate, and we give local applicants every chance to apply for the required housing lottery. Historically, people have not applied to live in an area where they don't work, have history, or where family is not currently residing. There is an income requirement, so most of the applicants already have a job or are employed. Lottery applicants' income requirements range from a low of $41,000 to a high of $87,000. It's a pretty wide range. Rents range from as low as $1,031 for a one-bedroom to $1,532 for a two-bedroom. Note these numbers fluctuate from year to year, but the housing will remain affordable for at least 50 years as per our regulatory agreement. Concern's commitment is to provide it for in perpetuity. The results from our multiple housing lotteries and waiting lists have shown that less than 3% of the applicants who applied resided west of Brookhaven Township, and most of them are moving back to an area where they were forced to move from because of a lack of affordable housing. The other applicants are employed in the area and wish to reduce their commute. The likelihood that someone applying for housing from around the country in order to live in the Hamptons is not supported by any factual data, lottery, or study. The real statistics from existing developments should prevail over worst-case fears that they do not have any basis in facts. In 2020, the town board voted unanimously to accept our rezoning application. We understand that while this vote does not represent a binding commitment, the bifurcated process is meant to prevent developers from spending time and funds on projects that are unlikely to be approved. Since that initial vote, the project has gone through some changes, most of which have been in response to feedback from the community. We believe these changes have made the housing better. Any development brings with it issues and obstacles that must be addressed. Traffic issues, demands on infrastructure and services are some of the issues that need to be addressed with any significant development. We believe at this time, the vote to go ahead with receiving our application was based on the notion that the affordable housing this project would provide is so vitally important that there was a willingness to address the issues that such developments bring. For this reason, we proceeded with authorizing the architects, engineers, and attorneys to move full speed ahead with the work, incurring the costs that could bring this housing to fruition. Subject to approvals, Concern has raised $38 million in public and private funds for this project. Most of these funds were awarded through highly competitive processes. Long Island competes with other areas of New York State for these important resources. The award for Liberty Gardens is the longest standing 9% tax credit project in their pipeline. So that means that basically every other project that was funded was after us and is either completed or in development. Normally, the Division of Housing would not extend the grant for this long, They believe in what we do. We have a long track record of achieving what we say we're going to do, and they know the desperate need for this type of housing in this community. Failure to move forward with this project after tying up funds for so long will affect both our ability to, and the town's efforts to secure funds in the future. The affordable housing crisis that Southampton faces is well known. Solutions to this crisis must be multifaceted. Liberty Gardens represents one approach to increasing the supply of much-needed housing. Concerned Housing is committed to working with the town and the community in helping this housing come to fruition. We thank the veterans, community members, and others who have come out to support us tonight, in person and on Zoom. This support, along with the dozens of letters from government officials, the VA, veteran organization, and others, help us do this important work. We also thank the dedicated community members who have come out to voice opposition or concerns about this development. You have given us an ability to get better at what we do. We respect your opinions and the opportunity to respond to them. We thank the supervisor, town council members, town staff for this opportunity, and we'll be here all night.
Chick, in terms of your presentation, because we have a lot of people who want to be heard. I understand that it's important that people, when they ask their questions to speak on this project, know the facts. And so I'm allowing some time for the project to be described.
Sure.
But, it's already now probably 15 minutes into this. How much more time do you
I
need?
assure you, mine will be about as brief as Charlie's was in the beginning, as Mr. Wilson.
Okay, and then is this your last, before we can get to the public? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, why not
This-
3 minutes? for
Three,
them?
3 minutes for the public. This is an application that has been long in the making, and that would do it a disservice to not allow it to be presented fairly by those who have put it together, so.
The disservice not to be able to rebut
This
it.
is, all right, please.
Very brief, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Chick Voorhees of Nelson Pope Voorhees. I'm a certified environmental professional and a certified planner. I've been practicing on Long Island for 44 years, and I've been involved with this project for about 4 years. I'm very familiar with the site and the area, and I'm just going to very briefly provide an overview of the concept plan as well as the DEIS. We have another slide that will show the concept plan, if we could advance that. Hopefully, where's your other?
There you go.
So the DEIS includes a detailed description of the proposed project. This is a color rendering of the concept plan. And there's a single access point, as was mentioned, through the church property. So it consolidates those two, what would have been two access points, into one location pursuant to agency comments, specifically the Suffolk County DPW. The community, as was said, is planning to use an off-site wastewater treatment plant. This is for groundwater protection. It will provide tertiary treatment, and it will protect groundwater and well water in the area, including public water supply. And this was changed from the original concept of an on-site sewage treatment plant. It's covered in detail as an alternative in the EIS. Water supply will be provided by Suffolk County Water Authority. You can see as you enter, going south from CR 39, is a very attractive entrance to the development, and I'll show some other on-site renderings. As Ralph said, there's 125 trees and an extensive landscape plan, and trees will remain on the property, and you can see the wide perimeter buffering around it. You can see the central community center, just to the southern portion of the property. And electric utilities are supported by a solar array to be energy efficient and meet enterprise standards. We do have our architect, engineer that prepared the plan here if there are questions about the plan itself or the buildings. This town board required the highest level of environmental review. And after this was issued a positive declaration under seeker, the applicant submitted a draft scope that was subject to a scoping meeting, a fairly extensive process to determine what is studied in the environmental impact statement. And the final scope was adopted on October 24th, 2021. This outlined all of the issues to be studied. The DEIS includes an assessment of existing site conditions, an analysis of impacts, and a review of mitigation measures and project alternatives. The DEIS that was submitted has been accepted. It's the subject of the hearing tonight, and it conforms with the requirements of seeker as well as the final scope. All human resources and natural resources have been addressed. This includes geology, soils, water resources, ecology, transportation, community services, community character, and cultural resources. And there are a number of detailed, more specific studies in the appendices that include fiscal and economic studies, groundwater modeling, traffic impact analysis, outreach to utility and service providers, and noise studies. Our team, including traffic, engineering, and all of the support architectural and other professionals, are here to listen to comments from the board as well as the public and address comments where possible. But of course, as you know, this hearing, the transcript, all of the written and oral comments will be put in a final environmental impact statement, will be addressed in writing in detail. It's part of the process that, as Ralph said, we respect very much. And then the FEIS will be used as a decision-making document by this board. So we're in the fact-collecting phase of this project. I will say that our assessment of the comprehensive plan and zoning for the area, we believe this to be consistent with many elements of the town's comprehensive plan. We do have the letter from Dunn Engineering reviewing the traffic study, and we will include the revisions that address that letter in the final environmental impact statement, so we are aware of that as well. That concludes my remarks. We are here to hear from the public, and as I said, I would be brief.
All right, thank you. And I am anxious to get to the public, but before we do, is there any questions from the board for any of the three presenters? Very brief.
I have
Question?
questions, concerns.
Okay,
I
there'll be-
have never gotten the opportunity to weigh in on this
Okay,
project.
there'll be a lot of time after, but if you want to say something briefly beforehand?
I'm not gonna make it brief, so.
Okay, then.
It's quite extensive.
Then I would wait and let's hear from the public. Okay? So a lot of people who want to be heard. Any questions from the board? Okay, let's get to the public then. Okay, I'm going to take these in the order that I received them. I know there are some public officials here. If somebody cannot wait, please let me know in terms of public officials. But other than that, I will start with Pamela Grenke.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I am here to speak in favor of Liberty Gardens. My name is Pamela Grenke. I moved to Southampton 28 years ago when I opened a small business in the village. And I did live here for 28 years, and during that time as a renter, I had to move 11 times. Affordable housing has been a problem for many, many years, and you've seen me up here speaking to it many times as well. During that 28 years, there was a year and a half that I ended up being homeless because I couldn't find an affordable place to stay. I was able to stay with a friend during that time, but I can speak for many people who are homeless. Even if you're not out in the woods, there are many, many people who are homeless that do have a roof over their heads, but that's still not the same as having your own home that you can afford to live in. During the time that I live in Riverhead now because the last home that I was renting was sold, and I wasn't a year ago, and I wasn't able to find anything else. There wasn't anything available, let alone affordable at that time. But during the time that I've lived in this community, over 10 years, I worked at a nonprofit that provided vital services to members of the community. I currently work at a retail store that provides food. It's a grocery store, so it's a vital service as well. But my commute that used to be about 10 minutes is now well over an hour coming from Riverhead. And my daughter, who was living with me in Southampton, was an EMT. She volunteered on the village ambulance, and she worked at Southampton Hospital. But because she's had to move out of the community, she no longer works for either of those agencies. Another hospital and another ambulance have her hard work and services. And about 17 years ago, one of the rentals that I had to move out of, I moved out because the owner, there were 5 houses on the property, and the owners of that property sold it to the town for the sole purpose of building affordable housing. And that property's still sitting vacant with overgrown weeds on it. So I'm going to make this short because there's a lot of speakers, but I have to say how very disappointed and sad I am to hear such loud and vehement opposition to providing housing for someone like me who's done my best for half of my life to give back to this community and to not care if I have to leave this community, as well as these elders of ours who are here in the audience who not only have given to their community but have given to our entire nation by being in the service, in the military. And people like these folks and people like me deserve a safe and affordable home to live in our own community. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So, again, there's an awful lot of speakers. If everybody goes 3 minutes, it's going to be a good 3 hours, and that's fine. We will be here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to announce the speaker and also who's on deck. That'll make it go a little bit quicker so that the person who's next in line can queue up behind the speaker. So Myron Holtz is next, followed by John Mott.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and members of the Town Council and town staff and members of the community. My name is Myron Holtz. I live in North Sea, and as you probably know, I'm an advocate for affordable housing. I'm a retired Deputy State Housing Commissioner in charge of housing operations, and I work for the State Division of Housing, which is now called Homes and Community Renewal, for 35 years. And I am in favor of affordable housing, and particularly this housing development. Concern for Independent Living is putting forth Liberty Gardens as a very viable development in a much-needed area where we need affordable housing. And one of the things that sort of disturbs me is when I read the letters to the editor and I see all these innuendos and misinformation, and I feel as somebody in the housing business as an obligation to try and correct and let people know the truth. So there was a letter to the editor in the Southampton Press that expressed that this housing will not remain affordable. What happens with these regulations when the federal regulations disappear? What will happen to these people? And someone cited an example of having lived in a subsidized development which was ultimately sold, and they were evicted because they couldn't afford the rent. Well, this particular development is funded under the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service Code, Section 42, which number one has a 15-year regulatory agreement so that it must remain pursuant to the regulatory agreement affordable for 15 years. And on top of that, at the end of the 15 years, there is an extended 15-year period. So that's 30 years of regulation under the IRS code. And honestly, nobody screws around with the IRS. There are consequences. Then on top of that, the State Division of Housing and Community Renewal, in awarding the low-income tax credits, adds another 20 years of regulatory. So that's 50 years of regulation. And in the event that this development is approved and funded, and going forward within that 50-year period, they need any capital funds for replacement of roof, replacement of windows, or any capital improvements, and they apply for funding from the state, which will recognize it as having been previously funded, they will enter into another regulatory period of at least another 15 years. So you're talking about 65 years of regulation and income limitations supervised through the IRS. So I think that that myth is something that must be dispelled. And the other point I want to bring out is
30 seconds.
about the opportunity for people who live in the community and work in the community. At Sandy Hollow, I spoke before you at one point about the support of Sandy Hollow. Right now, there are 5 employees of the town, the fire department, the police department, the local library, and the town building here that live in Sandy Hollow. And at Southampton Point, which is down the road, which also exits a luxury development with 10 units of affordable housing, I understand that 4 of those units are occupied by volunteer fire department members of the Southampton Volunteer Fire Department.
3
so
minutes.
this housing is for local people, and I applaud you to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so next up is John Mott, and on deck is Frank Alnofitano. Close?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Mott. I'm a veteran who served in the United States Army as a specialist from 1985 to 1987. I live in Concern Liberty Landing at Ronkonkoma and have been there for over 3.5 years now. I moved here because of my health issues. I both have friends and family nearby living in this community. It has been really great for me. I could not afford anything other than this because of my disabilities. The apartment is most affordable on my limited income, and I've had a great experience with all the staff here. The superintendent is very responsible. Matt is a great, helpful person. He has set up a great team that is very professional and very caring and very empathetic. Life has not been easy for me, but I've stayed optimistic. Living at Liberty Landing has helped me focus on the good things in my life, with support from great people and neighbors. More places like Liberty Landing are needed to help veterans like me so we can have comfortable and safe communities to live in. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you. All right, Frank, you are followed by Commissioner Tom Ronay.
Good evening, my name is Frank Amalfitano. I'm the President and CEO of United Veterans Beacon House. We provide housing for homeless veterans. We've assisted over 26,000 veterans since my tenure and since 1999 that we've documented. The organization was started by Vietnam veterans. I myself am a Vietnam veteran, and I got involved in this not knowing that there was homeless veterans in this country. We provide emergency, transitional, and permanent housing, but also with the partnership that we've developed with Concern, networking with Concern over the years, many of our veterans move into Concern's apartments and have been very successful. I can attest to the integrity of Concern and to Ralph Fasano. What he says is what he does. They build outstanding, stunning apartment complexes. And I'm sure anyone in the community would be invited to inspect them at any time. They're open to the public to inspect at Ralph's discretion, I'm sure, not to invade anyone's privacy. But they use the best technology, the best of materials, which puts them ahead of all other complexes, because I've dealt for 25 years with many realtors, many developers, many complexes. If a person in their complex, veteran or not, has an issue, they're there to help, to assist. And they work side by side with every community they're in. I know there's issues here that the community, and I don't blame the folks here, about traffic, environmental impact, but that's where the board comes in here, and what I see of this board is a very knowledgeable board and very fair and just. You have a beautiful community. Actually, my brother-in-law lives in Southampton, and I can't say enough about Southampton. I wish I would have chose to live out here at one point. Born in Brooklyn, raised in Central Islip, and now settled in Smithtown. And we have veterans we house today. On any given day, we provide over 200 to 300 beds for a veteran in need. And with agencies like Ralph, and in particular Concern, we can house a homeless vet in 24 hours. And then in the next 30 to 90 days, we can get them qualified for affordable housing. So is affordable housing needed?
30 seconds.
And I know it's needed in Suffolk County, and I'm sure it's needed out in Southampton. We do have veterans that have come to us from Southampton community. Thank you for your talk.
Thank you for Tom Ronayne from Suffolk County Veteran Services, followed by Louis Falco.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Tom Ronayne. I'm the director of the Suffolk County Veteran Service Agency. We are an office within the Office of the County Executive. I will speak briefly, primarily to my more than 2 decades-long relationship with Concern for Independent Living, and working, quite honestly, working intimately with them through design phases, through construction, and through selection and residency occupation phases. And I will tell you that they are a unique provider within our community. They are nothing short of the most integrity-based organizations that I have the privilege to work with. And I say that coming from a place where the constituency that I represent, the veterans population in the county of Suffolk, is the single largest veteran population of any of the state of New York's 62 counties. We are one of the nation's largest concentration of veterans here in Suffolk County. As such, we can expect all manner of experiences to affect our veterans. We have veterans who are remarkably successful. We have veterans who are struggling. We do have veterans who are homeless. Those veterans deserve an opportunity to live in a place where they are treated with dignity and respect. Unfortunately, I think that sometimes through a lack of education and understanding as to who our veterans are, there is a stigma that is attached to having a large number of veterans coming into a community. And I would speak to the routine dismissal of those myths when we're confronted with them. Veterans we make good neighbors. We are responsible in our communities. We tend to be civic and community-minded and civic and community-oriented. We work hard. We just want to be able to have a community that we can call our own and share with those others in the community. Concern for Independent Living has, during the years that I have worked with them, constructed several very similar projects across Suffolk County, and I can tell you that to a property, they have been extraordinarily successful. I would say successful to the extent that they exceeded the expectation of success.
30 seconds.
The inclusion of a concerned property in your community should be viewed as a tremendous opportunity. I can't speak to other developers, but I will tell you that Concern, again, is responsible, they are responsive, and they are transparent. If they invite or offer you an opportunity to visit one of their other projects or to meet with their residents, by all means, take them up on that opportunity. Nothing will
3 minutes.
Nothing will show you more directly than experiencing it for yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Sunday. One of the shining stars in this town of Southampton of all time was Sunday's grandfather, Ham Anden.
Absolutely.
I knew Ham very well for many, many years, and I think of him often. Thank you, Sunday, for sharing.
Thank you.
Very involved with veterans issues. too.
Can we get that door
Okay.
shut? There's too much chitter chatter coming
Yeah,
from
there is some noise in the outside hall. I just asked that it quiet down so we're not interrupted or distracted. All right, so Louis Falco, you are next, and on deck is Lorraine Alston.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Louis Falco. I'm a retired disabled Vietnam vet who walked point in Vietnam for the United States Marine Corps. I'm also proud and honored to say that my job, I work for the United Veteran Beacon House, and I am a housing specialist. And I have my pulse on what's happening with the homeless housing in this state. We are at a dilemma right now, folks. And any project that is going to help veterans get affordable housing is a must to do. We have to do it because we're at a crisis that nobody knows about. I deal with it every day. I'm the guy that has to tell the family, no, you can't get in there because you're not meeting the rent properly. Because they're raising the rents. As soon as they raise the vouchers, they're raising the rents. How are these homeless veterans supposed to take their families and help them out? It's like we're choking our own society right now. And these are the women that put their lives on the line for this country. This has to be stopped. And we need to do more about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Lorraine Alston, followed by Reginald Kane.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have no qualms about the housing project itself. Veterans need housing. In fact, I'm a neighbor, I will be a neighbor of the project if it goes through. Once again, I've heard a couple of speakers say that there would not be any egress onto our neighborhood. But I have a concern of the egress onto 39, I don't think it's gonna work. So you have to do something else. And I'm afraid that later on down the road, there'll be something put forth to you about planning an egress. I'm not completely sure that that will not happen. And that's what I am concerned about. We do need affordable housing. In fact, my area that I lived in, was affordable housing. It is no longer. So I'm just worrying about the egress into our neighborhood, which we can't really, I said this before, we can't take any more traffic. I drive a SUV. The other day, I was trying to get home from work, and I had to put my mirrors in to get through the cars, because they were on both sides of the street. We just can't have any more. And getting off of, down to North Sea Road is terrible. The traffic coming under the underpass there to that light, they're speeding. And you have to be very careful how you get out of there. So anyway, I'm not against any affordable housing, believe me. But I am against bringing that egress through our neighborhood if it happens. And I think it might have to happen. These people can't navigate 39 left or right. So that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now, Reginald Kane will be followed by Ward Ackerman.
Good evening. My name is Reginald Kane, and I'm very appalled with Southampton Township. 77 years ago, I was born out here. And now you don't want to let veterans move out here? Veterans need homes just like you people do. We didn't ask you to send us to war. We went and we fought for this damn country. And now you want to kick us in our ass? I'm appalled, very appalled with that. I've been in Liberty Village now for 6 years. Liberty Village is one of the best. When they first built it, they had hymns and haws, just like you guys do, about Amityville. It's going to bring the neighborhood down. If anything, Liberty Village had brought Amityville back up. What you need to do is give these veterans a chance and let them show you what they can do for this town. I did 2 tours of Vietnam, got my ass shot off. I'm disabled. You got young men and Vietnam veterans in here. Right now, the young men, they didn't ask to go to Afghanistan, Iraq, or none of that. I didn't ask to go to Vietnam. But I went for my country. And now what is our country trying to do? You guys are a good example of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, sir. Ward Ackerman is next, followed by Linda Ashcraft.
Yes, I'm Ward Ackerman, a resident of Tuckahoe. I'd like to cede my 3 minutes to Linda Ashcraft, at your pleasure.
To who?
Linda Ashcraft, the next speaker.
I can't add to 3 minutes, so it still will be 3 minutes. If you want to pass, you can pass.
Oh, then I'll take part of her.
You don't let me do his 3 minutes?
No. You can't give somebody else your time.
Why not?
3 minutes
Why not?
per individual. Excuse me. 3 minutes per individual, no giving of time.
Thank you.
Can she start and I finish?
Yes, you can reverse the order.
That's 30 seconds so far.
All right, start the clock over.
Okay, let's go.
Handout for you?
Yes.
No, over here, please.
Clerk.
Thank you very much.
Okay, your time is running. You need to start.
Just start the clock now.
I did.
Hello, my name is Linda Ashcraft, and I live in Shinnecock Hills, Tuckahoe. I'll just say with the large veteran turnout here, I am an Army brat. My father served 20 years, retired in the service. So nothing negative about veterans. I just want to know, I want to focus on who this development is actually for. We do want and need housing for local working people who want to keep living in this community, but have been priced out of the real estate market. What we have been promised is affordable workforce housing for the local community. The DEIS states, "It is important to note that 100% of the proposed units will be offered as affordable units to meet the significant demand for such units within the town of Southampton." In Supervisor Schneiderman's support letter, he states, "The proposed project has the potential to address a number of serious housing needs affecting our community, including lack of available and affordable rental units, which will provide much-needed housing for our workforce and local families." The town's former Director of Housing and Community Development said in her support letter, "The town's wait list has over 1,000 persons." What is actually being proposed here? Letters filed in Albany in support of funding this project from diverse agencies from all over the state cite the number of clients ready and waiting to apply if it is built. Rough count, over 9,000. Additional agencies promise even more without specifying a number. All are eager to provide ongoing services. These services are of concern to many of us. The mission statement of Concern for Independent Living submitted as part of their tax filing states, "Concern for Independent Living is a not-for-profit corporation under New York state law. Its primary purpose is to provide community housing and treatment programs operated to meet the physical, emotional, and social needs of persons with psychiatric disabilities, homeless individuals, veterans, and low-income families." Commendable, yes, but not local workforce housing. Rather, it will import a large population of people who may not be able to work. Why are we asked to believe otherwise? New York State Office of Mental Health, OMH, is at the top of the list of Concern for Independent Living and their LLC affiliate funders. As a major funder, Office of Mental Health provides over $26 million of their $33.5 million funding, making up a majority portion of their total funding for the 2020-2021 audit. According to a letter from OMH to Mr. Office of Mental Health to Mr. Fasano about Liberty Gardens, OMH is pleased to support Concern's new development in Southampton, New York.
30 seconds.
This project will consist of the construction of 60 apartments. 20 units shall be made available to individuals with illness consistent with OMH's SPSRO RFP. 10 others supporting housing units funded through the Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative, ESSHI. These are the facts we know, not the marketing show. We know we are creating an unprecedented, unsustainable zoning change that has the potential to double to 120 units. We
3
know
minutes.
that if approved, it will be splashed throughout the DEIS applications for high-density builds. Am I done?
Yes, Lyndon, I'm sorry, that's your time.
I can't do the rest.
He can fill in the gaps. Pass him your notes.
We know.
All right, so next up is going to be, yes, is it?
Ward Ackerman.
Ward Ackerman, who will be followed
A
by.
resident of Tuckahoe.
Dawn, I guess, Dawn Pierce. Dawn Pierce is to follow Mr. Ackerman.
Betty?
Yes, go ahead.
We know will have a negative environmental impacts that can't be mitigated. We know of the total 60 units, Concern for Independent Living will have a lottery for 30. Suffolk County has the lottery for the other 30. We know 15 units are designated for veterans and 15 are preferred veterans. We know that 30 units are for people who meet the low income threshold of 60% of median income, which I've been told is $51,000 a year. We know we want this hearing kept open and these issues aired. We know we are opposed to this development. Oh boy. What don't we know about this over-density development on County Road 39? Are 30 units guaranteed to the Office of Mental Health per their letter to Mr. Fasano? How does the lottery work between Concern for Independent Living and Suffolk County? Will the over 9,000 potential applicants overwhelm the lottery? There is clearly a significant discrepancy within this DEIS itself, contradicting their promise of 100% local housing commitment. More page? Wait, hold on. Okay, so you have the handout. My take is 30 units are designated for candidates from the supportive letters based on Concern for Independent Living's fund from OMH, the Office of Mental Health. And the expectations of OMH, these candidates meet OMH eligibility criteria. None of these 30 are for for local workforce housing. The remaining 30 units are in the Suffolk County Lottery. You want to prove a precedent-setting high-density building smack dab on County Road 39 for only 30 units of all of Suffolk County. Do you still maintain that all 60 units will be available for the significant demand within the town of Southampton? You want to import people from all over Long Island, many requiring receiving OMH-required services, and place them on a dangerous highway? Or do you want to meet the demands of local workforce housing?
30 seconds.
I urge the board to consider Bob DeLuca's recommendation on his Southampton Press September 2nd viewpoint regarding the recent Nelson Pope or East Hampton Bays application. He said the town needs to find an acceptable, unaffiliated community outreach firm. This is needed here now, a third party to scrutinize the contradictory inconsistencies in this concern for independent living DIS application.
3 minutes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Dawn Pierce is next, followed by Mark Stevens.
Good evening, my name is Dawn Pierce. I'm a 28-year-old honorably discharged Marine Corps veteran. For the last 8 years, I've been home. I currently reside in Concerns Livery Station that provides affordable housing to the residents of Long Island. I was first on the scene to call that place my home for now, ironically on Veterans Day of 2020. And I couldn't be more grateful for the life-altering experience it has been for me. Living on Long Island is not cheap, as I'm sure all of you are aware. Throughout the last 2 years, I have been able to return to school, volunteer my time at various places, gotten out of debt, and been able to take care of my health and medical needs that I would not be able to take care of if I was elsewhere. And have overall been granted the ability to take the time I spent stressing on rent money and food and instead spent it on learning new skills and helping people. I knew the things I was going to do when I moved into this complex 2 years ago. I set a very important goal for myself that day when I signed my lease. To let this be my 5-year stepping stone. It's my goal to accomplish my other smaller goals in that time, and then to pass the torch off to someone else needing a little bit of help getting on their feet and a little guidance to the right path. I know you're all probably thinking about the stereotypes and stigmas that come along with affordable housing. Please put them aside. Think of all of the people on this island struggling to keep above water and all of those sinking without a single lifesaver around. Concern not only provides safe, stable, and affordable housing to veterans and residents of Long Island, but they also provide an opportunity for personal growth and sense of community for a greater area. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, so you are Mark?
Yes.
All right, Mark, you are followed by Everly Johnson? I'm saying that right? Okay, go ahead.
All right. Mr. Chairman, Board, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mark Stevens. I'm a 59-year-old Army veteran. I currently am a resident and concerned in Port Jefferson Station. I moved in March 2021. The experience has been nothing but positive and life-changing. The staff at Concern is very positive and caring. They offered a computer room in the gym for all residents, along with a veterans group that I regularly attend weekly. Living at Concern has made me more independent, caring, and a more positive person. I am also back in school to become a peer specialist to give back to the people like myself. Through Concern, I realize that my future is positive, tangible, and within reach. I am here today to ask that you give Concern an opportunity to give other veterans like myself housing and restore their future for hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Everly Johnson, followed by Matthew Mangia Payne, or Mangia Pore.
Man, my name wasn't like that. You couldn't say it.
How do you say your name?
Evelyn.
It was Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just having trouble
That's not
reading.
the way you wrote it?
It looks like Evely.
N. Anyway.
Okay.
Thank you very much for listening to me. My name is Evelyn Johnson, but everybody knows me as Patty.
Pull the mic down.
I'm short. Okay, my name is Evelyn Johnson, but everybody knows me as Patty on my street. I live at 66 Hillcrest Avenue. I've been there for a long, long time. My parents bought it. I got it. My brother has it with me. And we enjoyed that. But we're not going to enjoy the traffic that you guys are putting in front of us. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be a death trap at the top of Hillcrest that goes in and out to County Road 39. You got 3 houses that sit right there. Those people have to back out. They're going to back out into that street that you're going to have access on Hillcrest. You have a church that's on that street that has Sunday morning service, that has cars on both sides. All this traffic every day, going up and down the hill, I want you to consider our feelings with this traffic that you are putting forth to us. Thank you very much.
All right. Matthew, you'll have to say your name, and then I think it's Odell Furby? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Matthew. We say Mangiapane, it's Mangiapane, a nice Italian name. My wife would kill me if I said it wrong. I'm here to make a couple of statements from some veterans that live at our Ronkonkoma property. I'm the director of Concerned Housing in Liberty Landing. First, Kenneth Frey, he's a veteran who lives with us. He is a corporal under the U.S. Marine Corps and served from 92 to 98 overseas in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. Kenneth says, I have lived at Liberty Landing for a year and have found a home I can really call my own after having struggled for many years. I'm connected to the Northport VA but resisted help for a long time until one day I was willing to accept the help offered and an apartment in Liberty Landing opened up. Applying there was the best decision I could have made. The community in the neighborhood is very friendly and I feel at peace when I'm at home. It's quiet and I feel like I'm able to relax and I'm very thankful to be in my own apartment. Finding an affordable apartment is very difficult, but being able to live on my own, being independent, and affording my own place is very important to me. These are all things I have because of concern, and the staff at the property provide help you can't find elsewhere, like bringing in regular food donations, keeping the property looking great, and helping me when I'm locked out on a Saturday night. You couldn't find anything better on the island, even across New York. I work at Beacon House as a per diem trying to help other veterans like me, and I always tell them about the positive experiences about where I live so that they can hopefully apply and find their own home. I hope others can have open minds and see how places like Liberty Landing have helped someone like me with my service dog Zeus, and how they can help many others who need housing. The other individual is Timothy Smith. He is a veteran who served in the United States Army from 73 to 88. I have been a resident at Concerned Liberty Landing in Ronkonkoma since 2016. My story doesn't start here, however. There are several other positive things that were happening in my life at the time, or were about to happen in the near future that allowed me to become a resident at Concern. After months of uncertainty of having a place to lay my head at night and dealing with a drug addiction, I made my way to the Northport VA Medical Center where I spent 6 months in the inpatient treatment program. This was the first positive change in my life. From there, I spent a year and a half living in the the United Veterans Beacon House GPD program, and while a resident at Beacon House, I was hired as a part-time driver/support staff. From there, I was given an opportunity and became a case manager. 6.5 years later, I continue to work for Beacon House, but now as a senior case manager. As I've said earlier, positive things were happening in my life, and I thank God for the treatment program at the VA, the social worker who was assigned my case, and Frank in the United Veterans Beacon House, and of course, Concern for Independent Living. Living here at Liberty Landing has been nothing but an amazing experience for me.
30 seconds.
The first and foremost feeling I felt when I moved in was peace. No more fear of not knowing if I would have a place to call home. I'm home now. No more sleeping in my van whenever the landlord was angry or accused me of doing something. No more tiptoeing around trying not to be noticed. You see, all of this added pressure wasn't good for me or my anxiety. I now have a place to call home, and that place is Liberty Landing. The staff are wonderful. They understand my needs and do the best to work around my schedule. I have nothing but positive encounters with the staff there.
3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. All right, Odell, you are next, followed by Walter Dean.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and the board and all the people here. It's difficult to tell exactly what's going to come out of my mouth. except it's chewing gum when I'm finished. I think I speak for everybody when I say that America, especially since the COVID, finds itself in a unique position that's contradictory to so much of our past history because of greed, pure, unmitigated greed. Now, I'm not calling everybody greedy. These people have a job to do. You have attorneys, you have accountants, you have engineers, you have people working publicly and privately, people working for themselves. But the thing is that the mindset is pushing things through. These people are salesmen and they do a good job. You people are civilians who do a good job, but you're outgunned. You're outgunned by the fact that these are experts, you're not. And you do the best based on the truth as you find it. And that can be applauded. But I tell you this, that it is impossible to support all the projects all the time and all the people all the time. That leaves a hard bed to live in. But I want to say this. I appreciate the work that you all have done. But as a veteran myself of Vietnam who volunteered to go, don't thank me for my service, I volunteered. I want to say I love this country, I love Southampton. I've been a resident here over 70 years. And there's a lot of changes that just make me sick. Since COVID came, it's harder for real estate offices to find a rental unit for somebody who wants to rent somewhere.
30 seconds.
Thank you. And there are other problems that come with it, like housing. But Hillcrest Avenue is where my home is. It's oversaturated right now. And just a small bit more, it just overloads us. There's
3
too
minutes.
much density there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, Walter, you're next, followed
Yes, sir.
by Elisa Thompson.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Walter Dean. I'm a Southampton resident. I'm asking that you not change the existing zoning for the acreage behind the Southampton Full Gospel Church to multifamily, which will increase the permitted density from 6 units per acre to 12 units per acre. We need workforce housing in Southampton, and not to take one of the last remaining development parcels south of the highway for a dense development that will bring in up to 200 new residents onto a property which will only have access to 39A, with left and right turns permitted in the current proposal onto what is already the busiest intersection on the South Fork in an area that is already overwhelmed with accidents and traffic and congestion. The traffic study that you are partially basing your decision on says the proposed project would not have an adverse traffic impact on the intersection, and also claims it would generate only 49 trips during the weekday morning rush hour and 26 trips on Saturday midday, with the same for Sunday. This is laughable. Up to 200 people with 110 parking spaces in 60 apartments with 49 car trips? Isn't there a proposed 6,000 square foot extra building for staff members that will also be on site? What about daily garbage collection and visitors, etc.? My guess is that this project will generate a minimum of 400 up to 1,000 trips a day, as many people will be coming and going at all hours. The proposed development, which would not even set aside one apartment out of 60 for someone working in one of our village stores or a hospital or a school, will only result in $4,532 going to our police, which is less than I pay in taxes for my house, and $653 per year to our ambulance. when it is certain to result in frequent calls to our ambulance, our fire department, our village and town police departments, and will also have adverse financial impacts on our library and services. The so-called affordable housing will not be available to local workers on a priority basis, but will be promoted to new residents nationwide and will make our current housing situation in the village and the town worse by certainly increasing all of our property taxes for every existing town and village homeowner, many of us who are struggling to pay school, village, town, and county taxes. Please also note the salaries of those who will be running this organization. There is no plan or limits for the future of the adjoining 4-acre site. By segmenting the review of this site, which is a violation of the review process, it could then end up having 60 more units proposed for the small adjacent area.
30 seconds.
There is a great deal of opposition to this in the village and the town, and it is not being supported or spearheaded by any neighboring Southampton organizations, and it will not be subject to village reviews. What we need is sensible planning that will result in low-impact construction and affordable local workforce housing, none of which this proposal provides. Thank you all very much.
Okay, Elisa Thompson will be followed by Joseph McLaughlin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Members of the, Mr. Supervisor, Mr. Scheiderman, and the board, thank you for hearing our concerns. I want to start by saying that I love veterans. I've dated a lot of them. And they're great. I also want to say that my father was a veteran in World War II, and he was shot and did live after being shot in North Africa. He was from Hampton Bays and went to war at 18 years old in World War II. Also, my brother was a pilot in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, flying over Cambodia. So I have a strong feeling for veterans, and I think they desperately need help and housing. However, I want to talk about the things on this board, and I want to talk about the neighborhood concerns and the social concerns. This is a facility, not a housing complex for low income, for affordable housing. I've got to get back on my thing here. 60 units. So they're asking for you to approve 60 units, a 6,000 square foot community center, 110 parking spaces, and a sewage treatment plant on 5 acres. I don't know how you squeeze all that in. It's not in keeping with the character of a small beach community, and that's why I say that it's neighborhood concern. The impact, I'm going to talk on 3 issues. That was one. Second one is the impact on traffic. If people take 2 trips a day, that would be 4 times going in and out, times 60 units is 240 times going in and out off of Highway 39. That's if you just have 1 car at each of the 60 units. If you put it up to 2 or 3 cars, you're going to double that 240 to 480, almost 500 on and offs, County Road 39 per day. That's a lot. My last issue is that it's not for the local workforce. As you can see, it's for Social Security, disability, and veterans disability. And those people are in a program that's great. They get their Social Security early, they get their veterans disability benefits early. But as I understand from Social Security disability, you're not allowed to work. If
30
you work,
seconds.
you're off the program. Did she say 3 minutes already?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, the last thing is that all I want tonight is to ask you to wait on this vote until we see what's going to happen with the proposition coming up for affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Joseph McLaughlin, followed by Leith McLaughlin.
Yes, good evening. I'd like to just start off by saying I've always been an advocate of affordable housing and, of course, equal opportunity for education. That being said, I would like to add my concerns regarding this project. During my brief time in the village board is when I first became aware of the project. Obviously, I do share the concerns regarding traffic and the strain on our local emergency services. I do believe that we need housing. However, this is not the proper location when it comes to density. First and foremost, I do want to say that I think that we need housing, but it should be housing in the same breath as Bailey Road, or housing that the locals can be proud of. Obviously, this development does not do very little for the locals. It actually is more for people who don't live here, as seen by the people who are speaking in favor of this application. So I strongly consider all of you to reconsider the position of this application. And finally, I personally find it offensive, being disabled, that the applicant is using or hiding behind people with disabilities, i.e. the veterans, to push this application forward. And this application and this project is not for us locals, it's for people who don't live here. Thank you.
Okay, Leith McLaughlin, followed by Ronald Fisher.
I was going to give my 3 minutes up, but obviously I can't. But I just want to say this is a very poor change of zoning, really poor. So that's all I want to say.
All right, thank you. All right, Ron, you're making your way forward. Ron will be followed by Alan Kennemere.
Hi, my name is Ron Fisher. I'm a resident of Shinnecock Hills. I live right off of County Road 39. I have a business on County Road 39. The single biggest challenge to operating a business in Southampton for me is finding staff and finding housing for them. I formerly sat on the Housing Authority Board. We heard a lot of the same objections when we were proposing Spionk, Sandy Hollow. I think this is a great location for affordable housing. I'm comfortable with the density. I think that it's something that Southampton has had to focus on for a while. It's a change that's coming. My friends, everybody that I went to high school with, born and raised in Southampton, have moved away. My cousin was a recipient of affordable housing on Andrews Circle. She got to be a guidance counselor in Bridgehampton. Her husband was a volunteer with North Sea Fire Department. They got to stay here because of affordable housing. I think this is a great project and it has my support. I hope it has yours too. Thank you.
All right, we got Alan Kennemer, followed by Mackie Finnerty.
Very good pronunciation, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I got one right. It's not easy.
So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Long Island Builders Institute. However, I take this very close to my heart as I'm a Navy veteran as well. Thank all the veterans who are in here for coming out and supporting this. So Libby's been working with various organizations, towns, developers to try to increase our affordable housing here on Long Island. Obviously, we know what the cost of living is. The experience, the knowledge, and the discipline that we get from veterans, we need to try to keep that in our communities. Let's learn more from them. Excuse me. The range of earnings for these people, $41,000 roughly up to $78,000, that's not somebody that's out living on the street. That's somebody who's working, who's trying to make a living. That is money that's going to be coming in, helping all the local businesses. Obviously, Concerned Housing has worked with the community to learn what they need, tried to come up with solutions. Traffic impact, I know that they have done many traffic studies on that. The existing sewage treatment plant's there, so you don't have to have a new sewage treatment plant. So Long Island Builders Institute urges you to approve this project, and I personally ask that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mackie Finnerty is next, followed by William Manger.
Good evening, I'm Mackie Finnerty, Southampton Village.
When I first heard about this project, I was so excited. I thought it was like this tremendous gift to our town. As you know, our struggle of getting workforce housing has been really difficult, and we had 2 very successful projects, but we have so much more we need to do. And we know for years we've been hearing how much better East Hampton was doing. This would give us such a boost. I mean, 60 more units would just be incredible, I think, towards the goal of what we're trying to do. Everyone in the room agrees, they say, that we need affordable housing, just not anywhere near them. You talk about the density. I hear great concern of density, which really surprises me. We're talking about Route 39. And as you drive down Route 39, there's development after development after development on the south side. I didn't hear anyone complain about that. I didn't hear about any big hearings. I didn't hear that that was going to bring the end of the East End. And on this very street, as you know, right at the end of Hampton Road here, that was all farms just a very short time ago. It's all high-density development. Do you think Southampton Village fell apart? I don't think so. It provided a lot of housing at that time that people could afford that otherwise couldn't. Now, of course, it's quite expensive like everything else. They talk about, I guess what you might call amenities, like the amount of water that's going to be used. The Southampton Press ran a very interesting article this year. Some people called it shaming the wealthy who use too much water. But it appeared to me that one of those houses alone would probably take up more water than this. Was there a hue and cry? Did anyone come in and complain to you? I didn't hear it. The electricity, they say it's going to be solar. That's marvelous. I mean, that we all need to be doing that. It seems like a model place. And we talk about veterans like they're a subset of society or something. And in fact, they're just us. Years ago, every man you knew was a veteran. I mean, through my youth and growing up, everyone went in the service. Everyone was a veteran. They were regular people. We didn't talk about them like they were some strange group that we don't want in our town. We do want them in our town. And I think it's a marvelous program. And all these people who lived in these communities, they came out here tonight, which is far.
30 seconds. To
tell you what a good experience it has been for them and their life, and how well run these places are. It's a gift. They're giving us 60 houses that we desperately need, that they will run, that they will make sure is well taken care of, and they have a track record to prove that. I hope you will approve this. Thank you.
Bill, Maggie, you're next. Let me just see if I can, is it Loretta is the next? I don't have a last name. It just looks like it could be Loretta. The last 4 digits of the phone number is 6228, if that's helpful. All right.
Do you have a license plate number 2?
I don't want to give out too much information.
Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Supervisor and council members. I'm Bill Manger, a trustee of the Village of Southampton, and I'm joined by 2 of my fellow trustees, Gina Aresta, also deputy mayor for the Village of Southampton, and Roy Stevenson. Jesse Warren, the mayor, will speak later, but we just wanted to say that, and as Cindy said earlier, you have not been very involved with this application. I believe former Mayor Irving had sent a letter saying that he was asking that the village be brought along at every step of this application. I'm new to the board, but I don't believe there has been that much interaction between the town and the village. And we are an interested party because, as you know, there is a corner of the property that is in village, on the village side of the border. So we would like you to keep this hearing open. We would like to come in and have more dialogue on this application. We are very concerned about, all we've been doing for the last 3 months is worried about traffic. We're talking about blinking lights. We're talking about cones. We've got a major problem on Hill Street, and yet the idea to add 60 more units to County Road 39 right near the intersection of North Sea Road seems to be like a crazy idea. Who here really thinks we need more cars on County Road 39? Also, just down the street is going to be the new public pool. a great facility, but again, that will be more traffic. We cannot keep adding more and more traffic to County Road 39. It will just become a parking lot. Or everyone will shift into village streets and other streets north of the highway, but it's just going to become unbearable. So this is just really not a good location for a good concept, but a very poor location. The other concern that the village has is what will happen to the other half of the property adjacent to County Road 39. Will this be eventually more housing, even if it's just a church? That is all the church traffic that comes in and out of there on a given Sunday, only exacerbates the problem more. We don't know what it may become in the future, but it's not good that that has not been looked at in conjunction with this project to the northern side of the property. I think really the DEIS and the SECRA should have taken into consideration what could possibly be on that portion of the property in conjunction with the southern portion of the property, because all of that is going to be using one egress, one curb cut onto County Road 39. And people are supposed to be making lefts. A left turn here, you have to get into a turn lane and then onto the highway. Again, I mean, people are going to be having accidents. This is not a good location for this project.
30 seconds.
It's obviously very admirable, but again, as people said earlier, we have a housing shortage in the town and the village of Southampton. This is going to be open to people from all over the place with no assurance that one unit will go to anyone from the town or village of Southampton. That should be first and foremost when you're putting in this type of density on the border of the town and the village. It should be for local people that are firemen, teachers, nurses, hospital workers, ambulance drivers, police. That's what this should be for. Not to mention how we're going to be overwhelmed with our volunteer fire department, our volunteer ambulance department, and the police departments. So anyway, you can understand our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Did we figure out who the next speaker, Loretta? Am I saying it?
Loretta or Fred?
Ah.
6228.
That's you?
That's me.
Is it the last name you wrote down?
No, Fred Lochka.
How do you spell it?
Lochka, Loucka.
Okay,
There's no drums for a Monday night.
I got it.
Supervisor, Town Board, Fred Lochka, I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm almost 80 years old. I've been living in Liberty Way since it opened. I spent 10 years out in Sag Harbor, around the corner from your office. And then 1 year out at East Hampton. Wound up having a 24/7 job taking care of an elderly bipolar dementia woman, and when she passed, I became on the streets supposedly. Wound up in Concern, which was a godsend. I've been in here since the beginning. You heard everybody else say how good it is. You heard everybody else say negative on 39. Well, I was out here when 39 was still bad 10 years ago. And I'll bet you'll be bad 10 years from now. And leave that at rest. I also, when I did get to Liberty Village, took the train out and worked with the Coalition for the Homeless and go along the tracks from Babylon to Montauk. Occasionally I went to Montauk, had time to kill. And you look in the woods and you see the homeless. Not necessarily veterans, but homeless. I also was out here with the gentleman in the truck with the flag. I also tried to shop in A&P in East Hampton. Couldn't get to the service counter on a Friday because everybody was sending their checks down to Central America. So I know what it's like to be out here. I've seen just about everything. Know what's going on. As I hear you people saying, you got firemen, you got police, you got everybody else that needs homes. Where are they living now? What are you doing to get more in? You're trying to get volunteers in the hospital. No concern here. In our complex, we don't have any policemen, but we got a couple of EMSs. We got people that work for transportation, TLC, stuff like that. And we had one fireman, female fireman. We got female vets. You talked about, Ralph mentioned, I believe it's Ralph, a 95-year-old World War II veteran. Happened to be commander of the West Hampton American Legion. I got 53 years in the American Legion. I got 16,000 hours volunteering over in the Northport VA for geriatric and psych. I'm a veteran. I'm in a concern, and I'm happy. I'll be there till I meet my maker and go underground. But
30 seconds.
we got problems with 39. You're right. A teardrop in an ocean. The ocean is going to rise 12 feet. We have to worry about that. Thank you.
All right. All right, I guess, did I not say the next speaker? I did not. All right, so Anton Orvina, followed by Maureen Brady. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. I represent several neighbors surrounding the area where this project is proposed to be located. I heard today what I think is frankly incredible, the notion that 60 units is only going to result in approximately 48 trips in and out a day, I think is borderline laughable. I don't know how that can be maintained. We already heard words tonight that as a result of the congestion, this is 5 acres, you're having 6 times more population density on those 5 acres, and it's going to be covered by CR 39, which is frankly is an impossible road to traverse, to ingress and egress. I'm reminded in my law school days about what's known as the doctrine of attractive nuisance, where you create something and it actually sucks people, typically children, to their danger. You're now creating a situation where there are on 5 acres that's going to pose impossible problems. Imagine a resident, by the way, in these 5 acres that needs hospital care. Have that resident get out of that lot inside of half hour, it's going to be a miracle. I don't know how that's going to happen, let alone be serviced by an ambulance. The density is immense. We already heard information today. There are approximately 9,000, as of today's date, 9,000 people on a waiting list. The notion that all of a sudden, only somehow, by act of God, only local residents of Southampton somehow will be allowed entry to the exclusion of everyone else, I respectively submit, is also laughable. It defies incredibility to actually maintain that position. I respectfully ask the board to keep this in mind, that you are aware of the situation. This is not to be sugarcoated, as I think the applicant is trying to do when they say that this is really an inconsequential project. It'll only have minimal impact on traffic. It'll only have minimal impact on social concerns. That flies in the face of credibility. It flies in the face of reality. And I'm reminded, I'm sure you are aware, there are Supreme Court decisions, there are federal rules and regulations that require projects like this to remain open throughout for all persons. You cannot exclude only with local residents. And with 9,000 plus potential persons on this waiting list, they will flood the system. And there's no guarantee. Once you say thumbs up to this project, the horse is out of the barn. You cannot stop the inevitable process that's going to happen. Unfortunately, where there's a legitimate need for affordable housing, the reality of it is you cannot have it on 5 acres of property in a situation where it's currently in, surrounded by a densely populated road. And we already heard how the streets that around the area are so narrow. Mirrors have to be folded in so that you can traverse these roads. And you're gonna have 60 units with cars. Only having one car. I don't know where that's coming from. We're going to have much more than one car, and we're going to have many more than 48 trips per day. I ask this board to consider it. Thank you very much for this time. Thank you.
All right, Maureen Brady will be followed by R. Morrison, if I'm saying that right, from Sag Harbor or Southampton. Looks like Southampton, yeah.
Hi, Jay, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Maureen Brady, as Jay said. I live on Hilltop Road in Shinnecock Hills. I believe some of you do know who I am. I want to start on a positive note and say how much my family and I enjoy living in the town of Southampton. We have been paying our taxes here for 22 years. We are never late. We don't have children, so we never use the schools only to vote. Having said this, I'm very disappointed in Jay and those who are supporting the efforts of this newly named Liberty Gardens. I remember we had this proposal about 3 or 4 years ago under a different name. I find it interesting that my neighbors and I have been trying to get a second access road in our neighborhood, and this has been well over 4 years. I have been involved with the access road for 4 years, and this process was going on long before I entered the picture. Since my involvement with the access road, Jay has brought Liberty Gardens' proposal back on the front burner for a second time, thinking we would forget or not recognize the design and development. We have not forgotten. Shinnecock Hills people are still waiting to get through legal, architects, zoning boards, etc., and yet we have here today the proposal from Liberty Gardens to approve. What about the safety of Shinnecock Hills residents and the residents in the Hillcrest area? Do we not matter? Do you not think there are going to be accidents near Liberty Gardens? I believe a few have already happened in this neck on the road, and Liberty is not even built. I think the number I heard was 83, but don't quote me. Why is our access road taking so long, and yet you want to have Ralph Fasano build a new housing project, and he will get a fee of $450,000 plus a bonus? Really? I don't get this. I work hard for my money. I don't get paid anywhere near that. I'm in nonprofit. So now we want our taxes to pay for Ralph, and God only knows who else. I don't think so. Liberty Gardens and Shinnecock Hills crew share County Road 39. That has not changed in size, but certainly in the number of people traveling it. And since COVID in 2020, County Road 39 has more traffic than ever. The trade parade is fixing homes that people are now living in rather than living west. The accidents on County Road 39 are well over 10 in the last couple of years, both east and west. Maybe even one a year. Very few cars actually go the speed limit. And don't tell me you cannot put a patrol car on either the north or south side to help curtail those speeding. That's nonsense. There are plenty of places a patrol car can sit. I'm also guessing the businesses on County Road 39
3 minutes.
would welcome the opportunity to host a patrol car. Adding Liberty Gardens is another development, will only add to the number of cars on the road. What will happen when there's an accident on 39 by their entrance? You'll have to detour people through the village, and they aren't going to be happy.
Maureen, you're at 3 minutes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, R. Morrison, followed by, last name Lask, L-A-S-K. Not sure on the first name. Bernice? Okay, Bernice, thank you. Bernie, right? B-E-R-N-I? Got it. Okay.
With all due credit, the veterans sitting here are fantastic individuals. They deserve recognition, housing, and anything this country can give them. But this project is not about veteran housing. This project came here under the guise of affordable workforce housing. And that is not what this project is about. We are here under these topics. We're also here under a DEIS study. And though all these veterans have wonderful things to say about where they live, that's great, but that's not what this hearing is about. This hearing is about these topics, and this project does not meet these projects. It brings in unwanted density, it pollutes our groundwater, It will destroy plants and animals. It will wreck transportation on County Road 39. It will create noise, odors, and lights. It has a guard, 24/7 security. They have security lights. We have social and neighboring concerns about the use of our facilities, our ambulance, our police, our libraries. We can't hold more density here. And this project is not what Mr. Fasano was supposed to bring to our community. Our community is supposed to get local workforce housing, not low-income, federally funded project. Other projects that were cited were state and local funded, not federal funded low-income project. And we don't need to import veterans. They're living in our woods. Read the November 5th article in the Southampton Press. There are plenty of homeless people living in our woods now. We need a project that will give our veterans a home, our homeless people a home, and be able to give housing to the people who may be double and tripling up, living with parents and friends who work in our supermarkets, our drugstores, who pick up trash. These are the people who are here. Our veterans need housing, just like all of these veterans need housing, but they don't live here, and they were bussed in by Mr. Fasano to create a different aura for this housing project. It doesn't belong in our town. It's not for our community.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Bernice, you are
Yes.
next, followed by Jennifer Hartnagel.
Hi, I'm Bernice Lask, and I'm here to talk about affordable housing. I lived in affordable housing, and I'll tell you some of my experiences. First of all, there's one thing that they don't tell you, is when the projects are over. When does the federal government not support the tenants anymore, support their low-income rents? Now, I understand that the Liberty Gardens Federal Housing Project in Hauppauge had 83 calls to the police in 1 year, averaging 1 in 4 days. Now, I know there are security guards on a 24/7 shift to quell disturbances. However, when the guards who do not carry guns are unable to calm disturbances, they call the police, meaning a gun is needed. Our police cannot handle such a volume. By the way, does Liberty Gardens need security guards on a 24/7 schedule with a security fence around the property? There are many unanswered questions regarding the proposed federal housing Southampton project. I'd like to know how long the tenant's rent will be under the protection of federal housing. I hear it's 50 years, 60 years. Well, that's not my experience. After the protection is gone for the tenants, where do they go? Our teachers, firemen, police, clerks do not qualify for low-income qualifications. We are adding density without helping our local workers or our community. When protection is lifted, investors buy the building and convert it to high-price condos. The tenants are stuck in an area where low-cost housing cannot be found. It's sad to see real estate interests
30 seconds.
pull the wool over our eyes and find ways to profit, putting Southampton in peril. This is a serious problem, and we must investigate and stop it. There's no way that the proposed low-income federal housing project will help Southampton and its residents. The police will be asked to cover more than they can handle. The volunteer ambulance people
3
will
minutes.
be asked to cover more than they can handle.
Bernice, that's 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, Jennifer Hartnagel, followed by either Lauren Simon or Simon Lauren, I'm not sure.
Hi, good evening Supervisor and members of the board. My name is Jen Hartnagel and I'm here representing the Group for the East End. For those of you not familiar with Group for the East End, we're an environmental nonprofit. We've been around since 1972 and we represent the conservation and planning concerns throughout the 5 East End towns. The group previously submitted 2 comment letters addressing the initial secret determination and the scoping document. I'm here tonight to address what we feel are several deficiencies related to the planning and zoning issues within the DEIS. And without addressing the following issues, we don't believe that you can fairly consider whether or not this project or components therein should be approved. The first major issue is the development of Lot 1, which is the northern lot. In the group's scoping comments to the town board, we strongly recommended that the DEIS examine the development potential on Lot 1, which is where the church is, in order to provide an unsegmented, honest analysis of the development potential of the site in its entirety. The DES does not provide any analysis of the development potential under what's currently zoned or what is recommended to be rezoned as part of the County Road Corridor 39 study. They're proposing to subdivide the property, which creates another lot and creates a whole nother development potential there. It's just not addressed. But yet throughout the DEIS, it implies that Lot 1, and I quote, probably and will be redeveloped. By not addressing the lot, the DES does not address, pursuant to SECRA, the cumulative impacts of this project, in our view. According to the SECRA handbook, and I'm sorry to quote here, but cumulative impacts occur when multiple actions affect the same resources. These impacts can occur when the incremental or increased impacts of an action or actions added to other past and present and reasonably foreseeable future actions.
Somebody's leaning on the switch, just be careful there.
Cumulative impacts can result from a single action or from other individually minor but collectively significant actions taking place over a period of time. In our view, the act of subdividing creates development potential and is considered a reasonably foreseeable future action that's not considered within this DEIS. The second major issue that we would like to take up is the project's conformity to the County Road 39 corridor study. Although the development is occurring on the southern portion, the main access is on County Road 39 through the front portion of the lot. So it might as well be on the front portion of the lot. All of the impacts are had on County Road 39, and particularly traffic. So the purpose of the County Road corridor study was to help alleviate the traffic conditions and development intensification and the general aesthetics, and creating a new curb cut on County Road 39 for this high-density proposal flies in contradiction to the entire study.
3 minutes.
I'm up.
You're done.
Okay. Just let me say that we know there's an affordable workforce housing crisis, but that doesn't mean while the town is reviewing projects, it can just throw out the tenets of sound planning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Simon is next, followed by LaVonda Collins.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lawrence Simon. I'm a veteran, but before I was a veteran, I was a human being, or I am a human being. And I say that to say I didn't come here with no prepared speeches. I don't know anything about politics, ordinances, rezoning. I don't know any of that stuff. I can stand here and give testimony to what it means to have affordable housing or somewhere safe to live. I've been hearing a lot of ignorance. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, that's a fact. But if all I'm hearing about is traffic and egresses and things that are above my pay grade, we've gone to the moon. We put people on the moon and we're sitting in here arguing about an entrance into a complex when we're talking about people's lives. I'm pretty much sure the inconvenience it takes you 5 minutes extra to get to your supermarket or to go to your house of worship, which is supposed to be teaching us compassion. It's supposed to be teaching us empathy for our humans, for our fellow human beings. The price, the value of my life, I'm a living testimony to what housing, affordable housing, and the right individuals in my life can do. I'm an asset to the community. I'm a productive member of society for the community. I hear about stressing the ambulance service and this, that, and the third, and that's a concern. But should we be more concerned about my better welfare? I went and fought for this country so we could have the right to stress the fire department and the police department and things of this nature. I'm not looking for nothing else that no other individual on this planet is entitled to. And I would expect that to be affordable housing. And if that's what's on the table and it's just a matter of funds being appropriated, if the funds are there, please, I implore you to build this facility. Whatever inconveniences may arise out of it, I'm pretty much sure people such as yourself can figure it out. I'm pretty sure of that. The value of housing and someone getting their life together, becoming a productive member of society is infinite. It's unmeasurable compared to somebody's inconvenience because there's a few more cars in their neighborhood. I get that. I want to live in a nice, quiet neighborhood too. But that's not a reality. Everywhere you go, there's going to be different folks. And to exclude one segment of population just because I come from here, so everything that we're building should be people from here, that's not the American way. Just like I heard the individuals say, this is a democracy. We open up the filing period for applicants, and God bless whoever gets the apartments, and God bless who doesn't. He has something else in store for you. But I'm trying to say that we're not going to be a blight on this community.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. All right, I got Lavonda Collins next, followed by Peggy DiCarlo.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your service, and to all the veterans and non-veterans that are here this evening. My name is Lavonda Collins, and I'm an honorably discharged disabled veteran in the United States Army. And I'm very proud to say that I am a member of Concerned Independent Living in Port Jefferson Station, and we have brought plenty of pride and jobs and other resources to our community. And everyone deserves to have affordable living and housing. Thank you.
All right, Peggy DiCarlo is next, followed by Cooper Daly.
Hello, Supervisor. There's a fight going on, just so you know. So, being managed, but there has been a fight in the room next door. And that's all I'm just going to say. Okay, I'm Peggy DiCarlo. You're the board. And I just want to present petitions that have been going around in opposition to this increase in density. We have 854 signatures online, and I have 93 here.
Excuse me, can you hand them in a
clerk? And we've just begun. So
We need a
close
sign.
to 1,000 signatures opposed to this. It's the density. My dad, his ashes are at Calverton National Cemetery. I had a cousin who flew helicopters in Vietnam. still wakes up from nightmares. I am not opposed to veterans, and I am not opposed to affordable housing. We have a housing shortage in this town, in this village, but I don't believe that Liberty Gardens is what we're looking for. I would reiterate everything that has been said in opposition for this, but I'm not going to waste it. This has been a long night already. I just want to say that, I don't know what I want to say anymore. It's just too dense. It's not the right place. I envision this in Calverton on 50 acres. I don't even think it's fair to put this population on County Road 39 in a town they can't even afford to go out to a restaurant. It's really, I really envision this, Mr. Fasano, on a big space in Calverton, near veterans, you know, services. And I also found out from looking at your website that a lot of people are employed at these centers. So we're not going to mitigate traffic. We're only going to add to it. And there you have it. It's just not the right place, not the right time. I'm sorry, veterans. I really believe everyone in America should be housed and fed. It's a passion of mine, but I really believe that we should look at density and placement. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I got Cooper Daly, followed by Minerva Perez.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Cooper Daly. First meeting. Definitely regretting the sweater right now. My father asked me to come speak here. My father's Michael Daly. He's involved with YIMBY. And I guess now y'all know if you're going to clap or not. So I just was going to talk about my personal experience with housing out here, and that's really it. So got out of the Coast Guard in 2014 and lived with my father for a year and then moved up island. And then coming out here, like, this is the best place to work. I teach swim lessons. I worked as a lifeguard for town of Southampton, done some beach clubs. And I'm like really grateful to be able to serve the community. You know, I also work as a personal trainer with some elderly people here. And it's just always been kind of like a cat and mouse game to get the housing out here. You know, there's more and more houses are becoming primarily, or I guess exclusively, winter rentals. And, you know, that's tough. I think that it's fair for people to want to make money during the summer with their summer rentals. But there should just be something here for people that just need a place to stay. So, you know, like this last summer I lived in my van. I guess that would make me homeless. I know what it's like to, you know, not have a secure place to rest your head at night, and it's stressful. It definitely weighs on your mental health. You know, you try to, you know, just say like, yeah, it's just temporary, and you know, I'm gonna get through this, but you know, it just doesn't make you feel very good about yourself if you don't have someplace, you know, to just go and just rest. You know, I didn't have any AC in my van, and there were weeks this summer where it was 85 degrees even at night. So I know that there's a lot of concerns about this project, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff that has to be fixed. You know, like, I just wanna be fair about it. I hope you guys are taking notes. Obviously, like, the traffic thing is an issue, but I'm sure there's more than that. But I think that it would be wrong for us to not provide this housing for people in need. That's really it. Thank you.
All right, I got Minerva Perez next, followed by Gail Lombardi.
Good evening, everyone. Whoa. Thank you for being here. Wow, it's a big night. My name is Minerva Perez, and I'm the Executive Director of OLA of Eastern Long Island. I'm also a homeowner in Southampton Town. Just a few minutes walk from here, we are working with over 15 families who are facing illegal eviction processes. And unfortunately, those processes flourish in a community, and specifically a town, where affordable housing is never seen as truly important enough to support. The children are in Southampton School District. They're in college. One of them's in Harvard. They've been living in this town for 10 years, 15 years, 23 years, and they might not be guaranteed a space at Liberty Gardens, but they might have a chance. The addition of some sort of units in a town with an egregious lack of units is a step in the right direction, and yes, I support Liberty Gardens. I am saddened to see that there seems to be no combination of plans, traffic studies, when people go to 7-Eleven and get ice cream, when they drive and when they don't drive, water treatment plants, et cetera, that will satisfy those who truly are opposed. They're going to be opposed. I love veterans, but I believe in affordable housing, but we need to be able to know when to recognize a good plan that puts us in the right direction, and I believe that this does. There are a lot of other factors that impact traffic. One of them, I mean, this is a little ridiculous, but as they say, reduce to the ridiculous, we should ban the pumpkin. I can't get home half the time because of the pumpkin patches, but I'm not getting crazy about pumpkins. I embrace the pumpkins. OLA, the work that we do, we're also trying to address solutions. Some of the solutions that we've been able to bring forward have been ERAP, Emergency Rent Assistance Program, which is money that came from the federal treasury to help landlords, not tenants, pay rent that's back rent from tenants who had been adversely affected by health concerns, issues, financial downturn of renters. OLA has been able to connect over $600,000 worth of this money to homeowners and people who are renting right here in the town of Southampton and East Hampton, so pretty much the South Fork, pretty much. We're looking for these solutions. So we're not sitting here and pointing out the problems for other people to solve. Things that other residents have to endure. I use 39 all the time. The team of people that we have that work for OLA, which is now about 12 people, use 39 all the time. There are so many other ways that traffic is impacted. I would love to see traffic impacted by affordable housing that is helping 30 veterans that could get that housing. I would be proud of that. I will sit in my car for an extra 20 minutes if I had to know that veterans are going to be served by that housing. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Minerva. All right, next up is Gail Lombardi, followed by Vavara Guerrea.
So I just want to echo, the comments made by the group for the East End. It should never have come, my humble opinion, this board should never have pitted neighbor to neighbor. It should never have gotten this far. It should have been tweaked and scrubbed and done a way a lead agency is supposed to look at SECRA. You review SECRA as if it's a bother, something we have to do. It's a law. It's part of the law. And I don't understand. I'm horrified as a child of a veteran, World War II, and disabled. I'm legally blind. To have to pit neighbor against neighbor. This is your fault. It's horrible. This should never have been deemed final until all of these things were adjusted, all these things were looked at. I haven't looked at the details because, as you know, in the HBDOD, I was one of the targeted opponents to be neutralized by the current Nelson Popovores and the town planner. So, here we are, people being called NIMBYs because they want more review, they want more understanding. This shouldn't have been done. I'm completely horrified. I had so much different notes, like more technical notes. They brought up the cumulative impact. You looked at this in a vacuum. Whether or not it's legal or illegal segmentation, it shouldn't matter. You're the town board. You know the other projects that are going on. Can this survive? Ray D'Angelo uses the lifeboat example. Yes, we want to save everyone. But if we're in a lifeboat of 12 people and we have 12 people, maybe we could do 13, maybe we could do 14, but we can't do 20, 50, 100. It's impossible. You're going to sink the whole lifeboat, number one. Number two, everybody's telling their stories. Well, my partner had a heart attack on February 15th. He was in Hampton Bays. So lucky for him, it wasn't during the trade parade because the outcome would not have been the same. We had our ambulance service people come to the HBDOD listening sessions, and they said that, those 5-10 minutes are not about waiting to go get your $20 latte. It's about saving people's lives. So let's not take traffic so lightly. Okay, so again, I'm horrified that you let it get this far, and you're pitting neighbor against neighbor and calling people NIMBYs. So that's all I have to say.
Vivara Gorea, followed by Francis Genovese.
Hello, I'm Barbara Gokia, and I'm a resident of Southampton. And of course, I take my hat off in front of all the veterans. But what I'm urging this board, I'm urging you to look very close at the statistics the applicant is feeding you. Because what they told us today, briefly, that what I heard, about 26 cars exiting and 49 cars in the afternoon. Think about it, 60 apartments, one car per 30 apartments and 2 cars for 30 apartments, it's 90. And then it's another 15 people who work for that. It's 120 cars. What is this gonna do? Is it gonna help the veterans? The veterans are gonna live not next to the ocean, but in an ocean of cars. And in order to exit on 39 when somebody really has a problem and has to rush out, could be 15, 20 minutes, who knows? So I don't think your statistics are right. I live on 39. I know exactly how the traffic goes. And it's not that we have or I have any problem against the veterans. I have a problem with your statistics and with the fact that you brought all these people here to give testimony to something that they are not. If they were future residents, I understand, but they are not even future residents. What, to give good credit to your company? And by the way, this gentleman read the statement that somebody was peaceful and happy to live in one of your facilities. Well, peaceful and happy is not on 39. They are not going to have peace, and they are not going to be happy at all. Not to mention the smell that is going to come from the water treatment from 60 apartments. So I'm sorry, it's not about us, the residents of Southampton. It's about them, the people who will reside there, who will be not happy, and you are not serving anybody. Thank you.
Right, Francis Genovese is next, followed by Jonathan Finney.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am going to scrap about 25 hours of research to deviate from what I was going to say, to thank Mr. Fasano. I want to thank him profusely for providing the buses and the free transportation to people who have come to make our point. He brought them here. They've all testified about their service, about their psychiatric states, about their happiness, about their dreams, about what they need, about everything under the sun, which has kept this hearing alive for so many hours. However, it's all irrelevant. But Mr. Fasano was castigated by saying that he has misrepresented what he planned here. Mr. Fasano hasn't misrepresented what he planned at all. If you look at his mission statement, and if you look at his financial records, and if you look at his tax records, he was always up front. This is the building of a secure facility for a compromised population that will be imported here. This is not, as has been marketed by you and this board, as affordable housing, the solution to keeping a good workforce here and alleviating traffic. That is an out-and-out lie. But Mr. Fasano, like Procrustes, look it up, like Procrustes, fit his presentation to your needs. That is exactly the same thing that the poor Nelson Voorhees Pope people got involved in. They fit the rationale of how you were going to treat the opposition, except that they made the mistake of leaving it in the record. They're reflecting your policy. So I'm going to go to the middle of my presentation, which is that it's fallen upon me to describe the elephant in the room here. Before moving to the DEIS, I have to call attention to the elephant. Recently, Mr. Schneiderman cautioned himself and the board, quote, that it would be necessary to gain the public's trust before spending some of the big money coming down the pike from state and federal funding for housing. It's safe to say, I'm here to tell you, that necessary trust is now at an all-time low, if it exists at all. The public has no confidence in the politics and practices of this board, nor in the performance of their due diligence.
30 seconds.
No one rests assured that the public good is being served or protected, or that large sums of public money from overflowing funds should be entrusted to you on this board. We don't want that kind of money at your disposal. As for the DEIS, which I have a few seconds to address, I'm just going to quote Bob DeLuca. When was the last time you saw a traffic study ever conclude that there would be a bumper, that there would be unmanageable traffic impact? Here we sit, bumper to bumper, paying the price for shoddy, slanted half-truths masquerading as objective analysis, unquote.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. All right, I got Jonathan Finney next, followed by Tom Oleschuk.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Finney. I was born in Southampton 58 years ago. Lived on Hillcrest Terrace. Been there over 20 years. Grew up right in the village, never left. And 100% support our veterans. And we definitely need some kind of affordable housing. But that, I call County Road 39 the gauntlet, and because it is so dangerous. And when I used to ride a motorcycle, I avoided that road like the plague. So I wouldn't want to put anybody on that road. Now you're adding all 60 units and how many people, I don't know. And I live on Hillcrest Terrace, so obviously once somebody gets smoked down on 39, they're gonna say it's a safety hazard. We have to go through Hillcrest 39A or B or whatever it's going to be called. So I'm totally opposed to this rezoning. I wish the Southampton town had all these multi-million-dollar developments we had around here. I wish they had done something about it back then and made it affordable and veterans but now right now. We already have 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag. And when I'm come home from work, it's like, luckily I'm heading east and then south, but I get on North Sea Road. Sometimes it takes me, I don't know how long, just to get to my road, to Miller Road. It's gridlock and everything else. So I wish it was a different story. I wish Southampton didn't have so many people, really. I mean, it's just too congested. When I was a kid, dogs could run free down the road. We could play out on the road on the skateboards, on the bicycles. You can't do that now. You won't be here long. So, unfortunately, I would love to see affordable housing. We need it. I'd love to see a place for the veterans. If you put it in that spot, I'm afraid that, like I said, Hillcrest is going to turn into County Road 39B.
30 seconds.
Peace.
Thank you. Tom Oleschuk?
Oleschuk, yes.
Oleschuk, followed by Maciel Alvarez.
Okay. Thank you. My name's Tom Oleschuk. I live in Noyak, and I'd like to thank the board for providing this opportunity for us to express our various opinions. I'd like to say that traffic's a problem. Okay. Do any of you think that it's going to be easier in the next 5 or 10 years? It's going to get worse. That's the pattern. So to say, oh, well, now we can't build affordable housing because it's going to make traffic worse, it's a little like saying, oh, well, we're going to build our house 2 yards in from the ocean, and we're not going to worry about it. Okay, it's coming, and we have to deal with it. But that's a separate question, all right? It seems to me the overwhelming opinion here is, yes, we need affordable housing. But there are a lot of opponents. And what did they say? Not here. Not here. I heard one person suggest an alternate. Okay, and that's up in Calverton. In other words, the general sentiment is, we don't want this housing, we don't want it here. All right? Now, okay, all right, you can come up with, excuses for why you oppose it, and you can feel it strongly. But I noticed that it was almost entirely assertions and calculations based on possible numbers, okay, rather than real empirical studies. All right, and say what you like, empirical studies are an important way to assess policy. Now, there's this argument about local needs. Oh, well, we can't, we need to have it for our local firemen, but not for these veterans who are going to come in from outside. Well, that's an argument for more housing, for more public housing. All right? It's not an argument against this. This is, to my mind, this is an important first step. This is something that the board deserves a lot of credit for entertaining at this time. Just in general, okay, I'd like to say I think the board should do the right thing. And what I'd like to remind us all are a few phrases that are embedded in our culture that should be familiar to everybody.
30 seconds.
Okay. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Okay. Mark, Matthew, Leviticus. Be generous to the poor. That's Luke, Deuteronomy, Psalms, etc. Do this for the least of these. That's Matthew. Thank you.
Masael Alvarez, followed by Eleanor Cobell.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Maciel Alvarez, and resident of Southampton, and I'm here to share. I'm an editor and poet and publisher, and it was I promised to read this because it has been written for a member of our community. And it said, I fought for my country. I was young, full of pride and independence. Uncle Sam called. I went. I wasn't scared. Maybe a little. I fought. I saw people die. I came back with purple heart and a damaged soul. I got a job and a place to live. Everything was different. My boss didn't understand what I had witnessed. I got another job. My landlord raised the rent. I found another place to live. That landlord sold the house. I had to move. I can't handle stairs. The nightmares continue. Couch surfing is getting old. I'm proud and I'm not scared. Maybe a little. I fought for our freedom. Please fight for me. And I respectfully support completely Liberty Gardens. And I ask you respectfully to do the same. Let's fight for them, and let's fight for us too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Eleanor Cobell, followed by Mayor Jesse Warren.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Eleanor Coble. I've been a resident of Southampton Town since I was born in 1964. I'm in support of the Liberty Gardens project. I come from a long line of veterans in my family. My grandfather, World War II. My grandfather, World War I. My father, World War II. My husband was in the first Gulf War on the front lines. And most recently, my two nephews, which one of them spoke to you tonight, Cooper Daly. To say stop density increase really means that we don't want people to have housing, and that includes veterans, because they are people. I agree there needs to be workforce housing for our emergency workers, our nurses, our teachers, et cetera, et cetera. So please spread the news that this can also be changed by voting yes on Proposition 3 on November 8th. And everybody should know about that. That is, I've heard a lot about this workforce housing, and that is where people should be looking at for November 8th. We are here tonight to look at this particular project. How can Americans not support housing for veterans and other fellow Americans to have a home? This is our duty as Americans, to love thy neighbor and to help those and to thank those veterans who have helped keep this country free. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Warren, then Danielle Trunk.
All right, thanks for having me here tonight. I wanted to thank the town board. I can tell you I know firsthand this is a very tough job, but we thank you for listening to the village residents and the town residents and other stakeholders involved. And thank you for everyone for coming out tonight. I want to start by saying it's a very sad, sad day when we have a situation here where we have veterans pitted against those who are seeking more workforce housing. And I actually fault our federal government for that, who considers the cost of war the war and not the cost of supporting our veterans when they return home and the health care and the housing that they need. And so we've got big problems, obviously, in other levels of government here. But as my job as the village mayor, it's to communicate to the town board some of the concerns that I've heard and positive issues from the village residents. So the first thing I wanted to bring up is concerns from the Hillcrest Avenue community, which is one of the last remaining working class and year-round communities we have in the village. And their concern is primarily around a road going into the Hillcrest Avenue community. So I'd like to make sure that this town board and obviously the village takes every measure possible to ensure that no road, no egress, ingress will be coming and going throughout the Hillcrest Avenue community. That's critical, and I obviously have to represent the residents here of the village. Secondly, we want to encourage the town board to ensure that there's no left-hand turn. We've worked very closely with your team here on the programs, also with the highway superintendent on that. So obviously, no left turns are very important. Thirdly, there's an issue with the sewer. Obviously, the EIS form calls for a STP over at the site, and obviously, the Suffolk County Water Authority, who is a interested party, says that you actually cannot have a STP there. I've been told by residents of the Hillcrest Avenue community that they were promised a use of the STP with the remaining water treatment at the nursing home, and so I think that should also be sorted out because, again, I've been told that they would like to have access to that remaining whatever gallons per day that's available over there. In addition, it's also my job to negotiate the contract with our fire district. So it's going to be a very tough negotiation, considering that more homes means we're going to have to collect more funds from the fire district. So that's another concern that we have. But most importantly, clearly we want to expand workforce housing. The village has taken a lot of steps, including trying to rezone through our comprehensive master plan, our Hampton Road office district, as well as our village office district for more multifamily. In fact, we're going to be proposing to have 100% workforce housing in some of these office districts where we have a surplus of offices but not enough multifamily. So where the village is in fact taking concrete steps to improve workforce housing, but I think it's important for this project to increase the AMI, the average median income to which one could apply to be there. For example, if you're a teacher at Southampton High School, you're not going to be able to qualify if you're below 60% AMI. So we'd like to encourage this town board, when evaluating this project, to go up to 80, if not 100% AMI for those who can apply outside of what these grants are. And then also, we'd like to encourage the town board to look at the zoning that exists and what, you know, the town code actually calls for. But again, it's my job here as the Southampton Village Mayor to communicate what I've been told by our village residents. But I did want to, you know, applaud the town board and those who came out today for taking the time to evaluate the zoning change. And we'd like to work with you to, you know, through our comprehensive master plan and to encourage as much, you know, multifamily zoning as possible, you know, in the areas that it could be done, but obviously within the frameworks that the residents are asking for. So I hope that helps, and thank you very much for the time tonight, and I'm available for any questions, and thank you again.
Thank you. Daniel Trunk?
Daniel Trunk, resident of the...
Followed by, 1 second, Janice from Noyak Road. I can't read the last name. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Town Council, Mr. Supervisor. Daniel Trunk, I'm a resident of the Hillcrest neighborhood, which will be possibly the most affected by this proposal. You can see if you drive up Hillcrest now what has happened with the addition of the nursing home there. Is you just have to see how close it is and looms over these modest homes that are on this street. So this project will just be a continuation of that with large buildings, lights, et cetera, right behind with a 50-foot setback, which sounds like 50 feet, but it's not that far when you're looking at a big multi-story building. That is a concern. I mean, you say you've addressed the access. I mean, I'd like to get that in writing, somehow stamped, sealed, and approved. I do think the town board, you really have to consider the SECRA review and what was said by the representative from the group of the East End, and that your consideration of all the factors with the two lots is lacking, and that could lead to costly legal actions for the town if they go ahead with this and someone decides to try to uphold the law and go to court with that. I hope the town council can recognize the show that's put on here. We know that sound planning and sound zoning decisions are not based on emotional, dramatic presentations. I mean, you've heard everyone else. I mean, you're aware of the situation. I'd like to quote Supervisor Schneiderman in something he said at the Hampton Bays meeting that I read in the Southampton Press, and I quote, "We have to engage the community in planning for its future. It can't be a sort of developer-driven plan that we then try to sell to the community."
30 seconds.
And that's exactly what's happening here. This doesn't meet the needs of our community. It's already been expressed. It's going to be, it sounds like you're doing fine work, but it's going to bring in, we're not taking care of our own here. And this property is properly zoned at the present for 7 single-family homes, which would be a nice place to live behind a quiet church. And
3 minutes.
I think we should consider the economic trickle-down of 7 homes, what that could do for businesses and people who work in the town. This development is not going to give any economic trickle-down to the community. It's only going to cost in services. And I wish you would consider that strongly. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we figure out who Janet is? Janet, are you here? Janet, Maybe M, yeah.
Did you say Noyak Road?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't read your last name, Janet. Good to see you. Take your time.
Yeah. Who's on deck?
All right, on deck is, looks like Paul Bolo.
I'm Janet Grossman from Noyak. I moved here in 1974. I'm a retired teacher from Sag Harbor. 10 years ago, we had people in the administration office who gave up their jobs because of the traffic on County Road 39. There are teachers who taught 1 year, couldn't come back. They couldn't take the traffic. They had to be here 7:45, you know, for the building, or, you know, at the high school anyway. We are in an emergency situation, the way I feel, with the lack of housing. I had a woman come to me who I knew from years ago when I worked at the food pantry in Sag Harbor, and she's begging me, please help me. I have a small business, you know, she has a cleaning business. And, you know, there's nothing I can do for her. I think this project needs some more work. I think what Olaf pointed out, there has to be some, I think it needs adjustments. I think the idea of helping our veterans is what, you know, I absolutely am for that, but I know with federal money, it makes it much more problematic taking care of East End people. So I came here absolutely in favor of this project, and I have mixed feelings now. I really feel like there are problems with it, and Hillcrest is right. Hillcrest is right here. I feel how, for the people to exit onto 39, I can't see that happening. I can't see what other ways there can be for traffic flow without being on 39. If it were really local people, they're already on 39, you know, traveling here from, you know, the people who work at the hospital, the people who work EMTs, the nurses. We really have an emergency situation.
30 seconds.
Okay. I just think this whole thing has to be rethought very carefully. And if adjustments can be made, it would be great, because it's been 4 years in the planning. We got to start. I mean, we're way behind the 8 ball. And I was really hoping this would really be something I could just 100% be for.
3 minutes.
And I really have mixed feelings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I got Paul Bolo, followed by Ray D'Angelo.
I'll make this very quick. I'm not going to address being in favor or opposition to the proposed plan, but I will ask the supervisor and the town council if they have the opportunity at rush hour at 3:30, 4:30, to look at the traffic north, south on Noyak Road. There's a gridlocking issue there. I think County Road 39A is a state or county road, obviously, and then we have the village and the town. But there's a major gridlocking issue right there now at peak hours that block off the ability for traffic to flow north and south. So I welcome anyone within town government to take a look at that. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
All right. Ray D'Angelo is next, followed by Harold Sammy.
Ray D'Angelo, Hampton Bays. I just want to relate this project to what's going on in Hampton Bays.
And I experienced coming here tonight with the barrels and the traffic. And it seems to me that we really, before we go forward with these projects, we really have to really think about what the traffic is going to be, the long-term impact they're going to have, and it's not done. It was a PDD, like the Boathouse project was a PDD, which has been amended 3 times by you guys. And the traffic is horrific. I don't know what the solution is. Now we got the Hampton Bays Downtown Overlay District, which, again, I brought up to Supervisor Schneiderman. We have the listening sessions, but you guys still have that appeal floating around, and I really feel that would help the whole process if you guys voted to not to pursue that appeal, and so we could start fresh with it. But getting to this project, just listening to it, I live in Hampton Bays, I don't live in Tuckahoe, but it's the same type of deal. I mean, County Road 39, these roads are the same. I'm 73, I'm gonna be 73. And they're the same as I was when I was 16 years old, 15 years old. And I've listened to all these the veterans and everything, and I'm very sympathetic to their situation. But we just gotta make sure before we go ahead with these things that the traffic's okay, the STPs are okay. Seems like we go into these things blindly, and we're led by the developers. And as you know, the other day I came up with that, used to be a rap song called Gangsta Paradise. It's like developer paradise here in the town of Southampton. The developers come up with a plan, and you guys get mesmerized by it, and you guys have to really look at these things carefully. Your planning department has to. And that's another problem. It's one week the planning companies have your contract, the next week they're representing the developers here, and it's an incestuous relationship. It's not. It has a very, very bad optics, and it really should stop. So I'm emphasizing caution, that we really have to look at these things. We cannot be going ahead with these things and trying to solve the problems post-haste afterwards. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, next is Harold Sammy, followed by Alana Monsk.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm Harold Sammy. I live up on Hillcrest and in the Southampton Village, town village. We're kind of on the border. Some of what I'm saying or going to say mirrors a lot of what other people have said already, but I'm going to say it anyway because it still should be heard somehow by everyone. I support our military personnel. For my position where I work with the federal government, and I have positions with some other agencies. And I do work with them, and I understand their plight, their stories, and everything like that. I support all military. We support the housing for the vets. We support the affordable housing for vets and everything like that. I get all of that, and that's great. The problem is, it's not addressing what is really supposed to be part of this whole meeting. We need the affordable housing for the workers, the essential workers, the EMTs, the fire department, the police, the teachers, especially the teachers. I hear it on a daily basis. Coming from west to east, you have to leave at 4 o'clock in the morning to get here for an 8 o'clock class. That's ridiculous. So you spend 5 hours on the road each way all the time when they probably could bunk up and have a house with a couple people in it would be affordable for, several people to reside in or whatever the case may be during the school year. We're addressing everything about the vets and some of this affordable housing, but I'm not hearing anything much about the homelessness. The homelessness here is rampant. I mean, it's getting out of hand. Right behind Hillcrest, this whole area, there has been a whole lot of homeless people. And I understand some of them may be disabled, some of it mental, physical, some of it might be they just can't afford what's out here. Some of it, they foreigners can't communicate. Some are afraid to communicate with whoever they can. Some just have bad circumstances, inevitable. They couldn't avoid it or anything, right? They're gonna put this up. I'm not for or against it, but what I'm saying is they're gonna put this area up. These homeless people are gonna move out of here and into another area like this. There have been reports, and I have reported to the police of Southampton Town already, that there has been fires built back there. Those fires in those big trees back there is houses backing it. What's gonna happen when those houses come falling down because of a fire? Who's gonna
30
deal with
seconds.
that? Oh, we gonna get affordable housing as well over there? On Hillcrest I'm talking about. So things like that needs to change. So you're gonna move them from one area to another area, and the same thing is gonna happen all over again. The only other thing I have to say about
3 minutes.
is the building that they're putting up, the community building there. It's in the wrong spot. There are houses behind it. It should be on the other end, on the church end, not on the houses end. I mean, the noise, the garbage, the trucks that's doing whatever work that they have to prep for whatever events is going to happen in there. That's not a good place for it. We need for it to be quiet. There's a lot of kids up on that block and a lot of elderly. We want to keep them as happy as possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right, Alana Monsk, followed by Michael Daly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alana Monsky. I am a resident of Southampton Town, born and raised, and I am 30 years old. What I want to say, first off, I want to address all of the veterans who are here. Thank you so much for your service, and I want to affirm to you that it is a tragedy and a crime that so many of you are dealing with these issues. It is so wrong. But with that being said, is it really for our working class, our local people, is that a weight that they're supposed to be shouldering here? With that being said, someone was talking about doing the right thing. And what I think the right thing is that we need to be regulating the developers who are developing our land right now. It's insane to me. There was on 39, there was a patch of land that was near the Hess station, and that was supposed to be affordable housing, but that turned into $1 million condos. There is something wrong here with our politics and a lack of regulation going on for the development of our town. And with that being said, someone was talking about give us suggestions of other places to be developing. Well, I have one for you right now. I experienced it today. So I don't know if you get, so on McGee Street, there is Roscoe Lane, and if you've noticed, that whole area has a place called the Fields, and it is a development for extremely wealthy people. It is a large plot of land, and it's being developed for the 1%, people who are vacationing out here. What I want to say is that it's been great because as that's been developing, there has been a road through there of that neighborhood where on Montauk Highway, you can take that as a way to work through the traffic. And what I noticed today is that they locked their freaking gate. So now it's not a place where we can have flow. And that's actually probably an easier place for us to have flow with the traffic. I'm kind of dissociating a little bit because this is my first time public speaking in front of all y'all. But I just want to say, the issue here is that we are not regulating the people who are developing here. They are doing it for profit, and they are not doing it with our people in mind.
30 seconds.
I just want to say we need more affordable housing. I am part of this working class. I am your retail, food service, laboring class. I am someone who is fully aware of how much we need affordable housing. But through this area, this is not it. We need to do it in these other large pieces of land that are being sold off to people who only live here 3 months a year. That's what's wrong. That is what is so incredibly wrong, is that ever since the pandemic, we have no problem. We have no problem developing our beautiful nature and our beautiful land for wealthy people who are only going to stay for 3 months.
Thank you, Alana.
Thank you.
All right, Michael Daly, followed by Curtis Highsmith.
Good evening, Town Board. My name is Michael Daly. I am from Sag Harbor, New York, and I am a co-leader of East End YIMBY. My first minute, I'm going to spend reading a letter into record from Terrence McCulley, and then I'll submit that to the town clerk. My name is Terrence McCulley. I am the owner of Peconic Beverage at 74 County Road 39, Southampton. I am the neighbor to the east of the proposed community housing that will be on the ballot. Will be the subject of discussion tonight. As a concerned member of this community and neighbor, I would hope that you take into consideration the lack of care and neglect of this property over the years I've witnessed, to complete dismay, accumulated garbage, bedding, trash, etc. throughout the property. Last year, we finally put up a fence between my store and the proposed site because of all the complaints we received from my customers. They felt threatened and afraid for their safety from the people who were more or less living there. We all knew this was going on, but ignored it. I'm writing this letter in hope that you agree to this proposal to see if our community can not only clean up, but help people in need. With many hardworking people without housing in this area, I believe Liberty Gardens is the right fit. Sincerely, Terrence McCulley. So I'll submit that to the town clerk. My own personal comments are, tonight we've witnessed us at our best and us at our worst. And it's what's going to happen with every affordable housing proposition that comes before us until we make this kind of development as a right. The political nature of it brings out, unfortunately, the most vile, wicked underbelly of our community. Intentionally spreading misinformation, creating irrational fears, and the desperate attempt to control this town board. I will tell you that that petition that had however many signatures on it was all false. Read it yourself. It's all false. It cannot have any validity. It's misinformation. I would have signed it if that petition had correct information. I would have signed it myself. But I know, and you know, that it had misinformation on it. I'm really most disgusted by the manipulative leaders. There are some really nice people that came in here tonight who've just had the bejesus scared out of them because they've been manipulated by some of the leaders of the opposition. And that is exactly why we are in this housing crisis we're in. Scaring fellow residents, trying to intimidate the town board into not making the best decision for all of the townspeople and businesses in Southampton. You are not elected by this angry mob, although some of them, but certainly not all of them, do vote locally. You are not, the ringleaders of this angry mob is precisely why we're in this housing crisis. They act like little children. Mommy, mommy, daddy, daddy, mommy, mommy, mommy. It's gonna be a big monster that's gonna come and eat me. A lot of false and melodramatic things were said here tonight, which just break my heart and churn my stomach.
30 seconds.
And not necessarily this town board, but certainly town boards before you have caved into their little tantrums. That has to stop now. And I trust you will vote to allow Liberty Gardens to proceed after over 4 years to create housing for veterans, teachers, firefighters, EMTs, healthcare workers, and seniors. And may that be so. Thank you very much.
That's misinformation.
Hey! Thank you. Thank you. Please do not interrupt. It's been a long night. Everybody has their chance to speak. This is America, so please. All right, let's respect everybody, whether we agree or disagree, at least respect their right to be heard. All right, Curtis Highsmith.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a long evening. It's been a very emotional evening, to say the least, in both rooms. I'm Curtis Highsmith, Executive Director for the Town of Southampton Housing Authority. First and foremost, I have to say, deja vu all over again. We were in this situation on 2 different occasions, hearing a lot of the similar conversations and discussions with regards to impact, traffic, One thing I didn't hear was school, which was amazing. So I'm saying that things have changed since the last time we presented applications for affordable housing. Well, what I'm going to discuss today is about two things that have been spoken about, but not really discuss why, and that's this is not for our local people. Fact of the matter is, the application has to be open to all. Every applicant who submits has to be given, has been received, has to be reviewed, has to be screened. However, you can have preferences. You can have preferences. Where preferences have an issue is if any of those preferences impedes on or restricts a person of a protective class. For example, if you have EMT and there's not a woman or a minority in the EMT, and that's one of your preferences, that could be a violation of fair housing. That's where it becomes an issue when you use preferences. That's why a lot of municipalities use local preferences, live and or work in the township of whatever hamlet they belong to. Because it's a wider range of population and a better opportunity to not infringe upon a protective class. So that may be a possibility to kind of not ensure, but make an opportunity for locals to be a part of the project itself. Just make sure that you don't violate fair housing. And that's that's the other hat I wear. I'm also a commissioner for the Suffolk County Human Rights Commission. So I'm always going to advocate for fair housing. Second of all, in terms of traffic, the same things were said about Sandy Hollow. Don't make a left-hand turn. There's going to be traffic jams. There's going to be many accidents. To date, there has not been an accident coming out of Sandy Hollow making a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn.
30 seconds.
These are things that were said as a matter of fact. They have never come to fruition. They're things that emotionally we always discuss. It's just that doesn't necessarily happen on these particular projects. And last, believe it or not, most individuals who apply for these projects or for this community live locally. People don't travel from Nassau County to come out here just to live in the Hamptons. It's just not gonna, it doesn't happen. We are a part of an organization, which is Long Island Housing Authority. All the housing authorities on Long Island and New York State and upstate, we're a part of that affiliation. We communicate on a regular basis.
3 minutes.
That has never happened in any development or project in any facility, all projects either out west or upstate New York. It just doesn't happen. People.
Curtis, that's 3.
Okay. I'll just close with this. It just doesn't happen. People will normally apply for where they work, where they have family, and where they live.
All right, that's the last card. So now we're going to go to the computer. There's people watching online. So Charles, I don't know how you're going to manage this or how.
I'm going to manage it.
All right, do you have an order in which you're going to allow people in?
Sheila is first.
Can you give, Charlie, can you give me an indication of how many people are queued up? Waiting?
5.
5, okay, not too bad.
Not too bad.
Okay.
Not bad. Whatever.
All right, you go ahead and bring the first one in. What is the name, Sheila?
We're trying to get them coming in now.
Mr. Supervisor, we may need to ask them to spell their names, because we don't have cards to confirm the spellings.
All right, let's
help with that.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, can I get just a show of hands? Is there anybody still in the audience who didn't fill out a card but wanted to be heard? Okay, great. Sorry for the technical difficulties here. You're still working on it, right, Charlie?
Yeah, I can't get,
You want to
some
take,
people might have walked out of the room or something.
all right, then pick somebody else.
I'm just gonna let people in and I can stop them from.
Good luck.
Handle it.
Sorry. Oh, my goodness. Are we going to continue this?
Hello?
Okay, here we go.
Well,
Hello? Can you hear me?
I hear a voice. I don't see anybody, but
Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, this is Mark
Okay,
first.
yes, sorry. Okay, my name is Mark Eric Renestis. I'm 29 years old. I've lived on the east end of Long Island for most of my life. I am gonna try to keep calm as I deliver my statement, but I find it extremely difficult to sit here and listen to the generation of people who have lived in the largest housing boom in the history of the United States now turn around and say no more housing should be built. How incredibly ironic is that? You talk about traffic and density and environmental impact, if the proposal addresses every single one of these points, and still you oppose the proposal. So it's clear that facts do not matter to you. We've heard from veterans and their incredibly heartbreaking stories, and still you oppose the proposal. So it's clear that empathy for your fellow human beings doesn't matter to you. So let me make a simple argument to the people in this room who do not support the proposal. I imagine everyone in this room is a capitalist. Well, let's take one of the basic tenets let's take one of the basic tenets of capitalism. When supply stays the same and demand increases, price goes up. If you want to solve one of the most serious issues facing our community, the most tangible thing you can do is increase the supply of housing. What you are saying is that someone like me, who has grown up in this community, who makes a good salary, above what most people my age makes, does not have a place in this community. That is what I am hearing from people. So let me be very clear. If traffic is a bigger concern to you than providing housing for people in this community, then I need you to go home and look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself why you are unable to develop empathy for your fellow human being. You are part of the problem and you should be ashamed of yourselves. I am now speaking directly to the members of this council. When it comes to issues of housing, the loudest people in this room are often the ones who are often the NIMBYs, the not in my backyard. And that's what you people are. You say you support housing, you say you want to support our veterans, and then you qualify that with a but. Well, guess what? You are NIMBY and you are part of the problem. You support housing, but you don't want it near you, despite the very tangible benefits that come with building new homes. Now I'm going to speak directly to the members of this council. You are elected to officials. It is on you to be more knowledgeable and understand these issues better than the fools who come up here in opposition to housing on hypothetical issues that fly in the face of all the empirical data we have on affordable housing. When these people come up to you in opposition of housing, it is on you to explain to them why they are wrong. It is on you to understand why they are wrong. It is on you to be brave enough to do the right thing. I'm asking you to be better. This proposal tangibly addresses so many issues in this community. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
His name is Mark Ernestus.
Thank you. We got it.
M-A-R-C.
It's on the screen. E-R-N-E-S-T-U-S.
Just wanted to make sure.
And Mark
Perfect.
with,
Thank
Mark
you,
with a
Charles.
C. All right, Charles, you want to bring the next person in?
Can we turn the volume down a little?
At least we could hear it.
It's a case by case.
It's better that we can, it's better too loud than not
Well,
audible.
I don't know, it's pretty loud.
Oh,
You may speak. You may speak.
Hello, I'm sorry, I had to unmute myself. Trying to figure out the technology. I want to thank everybody who
Can
came
you
out tonight.
tell us your name? Just start with your name.
Oh, hi, my name is Dolce Puzo. I'm a Southampton Village resident.
Could you
I
spell
want to
your?
thank everybody
Could you
who
spell your
came
name?
out tonight.
Could you spell your
Excuse
name?
me?
We won't start.
DOLCEPUZO.
Okay, we'll start the timer now. Go ahead, Dulcie.
Okay, hi, I'm a Southampton Village resident. I'd like to thank all of the village residents who came out tonight as well. My concern with this project is, of course, I support the need for housing, for veterans, for people in need, but my main concern is the changing of the code. Because the changing of the code can wind up having a ripple effect that doesn't end with this project. And that ripple effect can be felt all the way through to the most eastern tip of Long Island. Traffic is truly, really a concern. Density is truly a concern. So while we want to support the need for veterans and for affordable housing, the changing of the code is something I cannot support. I believe that we can accomplish the need for housing within the existing code, and that by changing the code, it will not end with this project. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dulce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Charles, if you want to bring in the next one.
You may speak.
Please start with your name.
Katie?
Does she have?
Katie?
This is Katie Casey,
Yes.
Katycasey. I can barely hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine, Katie.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully I can allay some fears. I'm the executive director of the East Hampton Housing Authority. We do take federal funds, and as Curtis Highsmith said, we do accept applications from anyone. We generally have a drawing, a lottery, and at that point we start calling the applications. A gentleman previously said empirical evidence, you know, really should be relied upon and not anecdotes and frankly fear-mongering. So the East Hampton Housing Authority has 4 properties. On average, 90% of all of our residents came to us from our 5 zip codes. So 10%, you could say, are from away or outsiders. And I say you have to crack a window and let in a little fresh air every once in a while. You don't want to live in a gated community. It did strike me that a lot of the opponents say this is the wrong place, wrong project, wrong time. Again, as one gentleman pointed out, only one person and that was Houghton, and that's not the answer. Southampton Village elected officials, a number of them came up and spoke prior to the mayor of the village of Southampton. So to those comments, I say, you know, Southampton Village, if you don't think this is the place for it, locate 5 acres and come up with a project and build it. To that, I would dovetail into the community housing fund. That would give municipalities more control over the process. The municipality would be able to design their own development. You would no doubt have to have a professional developer who would be paid a developer's fee. They are professionals and they earn their keep. When somebody says, you know, I support affordable housing, but
30 seconds.
that, you know, you're kind of making an argument against yourself. So in any event, I just want to say empirically that 90% of our residents came to us from East Hampton. They're East Hampton residents. People do not, you know, come from points further away to live in affordable housing. We have such a shortage of it. There are so few opportunities, and we can make this available to local people. And I'm from East Hampton, not Southampton. But
3 minutes.
that's my 2 cents. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Katie. All right, sir, please identify yourself, and we can see you. Hopefully, we'll be able to hear you.
That me?
Yep, can hear you.
Okay, so, hi, my name is Stephen Mara, and I'm a resident of Southampton.
Peter,
And,
Peter, just
so I had a question.
spell your last
Is,
name.
Is a similar project slated for the old hospital area?
Can you spell your name, please?
So the hospital's moving, right, from Southampton?
It's not
Is a similar proposal to
you know,
convert the hospital to housing?
This is not a time to ask questions to the town board, but that would be in front of the village board anyway, so you'd have to talk to the village officials on that one.
And I believe that area is going to be in their master plan zone for residential, is that correct? Yes.
So, yeah, we don't have an answer for you, but it's really just make you make your comments known and,
Oh, yeah, no, I was just, I think, because absolutely, I think we need more housing, and that's gonna be another area that would be already set up as a high-density area where people could walk into town and you wouldn't have the concern of 27.
okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
We had a long time to say that.
That is it.
All right. All right, so that's all we have on, I'll just ask, is there anyone who has not spoken, didn't fill out a card in our audience? All right, great. All right, board, how do you want to proceed?
Now we have two more.
All right, two more.
I guess we're proceeding that way.
First, I wanted to thank everybody for coming out. But
A lot of them are gone. We have
I
two-
know.
We have two more online.
Okay, Bonnie Cannon is coming in.
Walter. Remember me?
Yeah, I see.
How are you?
Okay, Bonnie.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Bonnie Cannon, and did you need me to spell that? V-O-N-N-I-E?
No, Bonnie, I know how to, I know how to spell your name. Thank you.
And I am a resident of in the village of Southampton. As a resident of the village of Southampton, and also I'm gonna actually talk about, that I'm also the chair for the Town of Southampton Housing Authority, commissioner for Suffolk County Commission on Human Rights, and also the executive director for the Bridgehampton Child Care Recreational Center. I want to say that as far as I understand, that there is no road that is going to be coming through Hillcrest. And if that is the case, then I support the project. I support it because we need affordable housing. It's not a question of where affordable housing should be put. We need affordable housing everywhere. If the Southampton Hospital area is available, we need it there. The accessory apartments, that the bill that we were trying to, that has been passed, we need to do it there. Affordable housing is needed everywhere. It is essential to our livelihoods here in the village and for our essential workers. I get it every single day, someone looking for housing, someone looking for older people, our seniors, our young adults, family members. We need affordable housing. So for me, I know that a percentage of this is for veterans, but the larger majority is for the other people that we serve here. So this is for local people. We've had the history of doing affordable housing through the Town of Southampton Housing Authority, and we've seen that it does serve local people. It's not out-of-town people that's coming here. So this is what we want, and I support it, and I just wanted to make that known and put that on the record.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Bonnie. All right, and Charles, you have one more?
more, actually, 2 more.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can, but we still have.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Nilay Oza, and it's spelled Nilay I'm a local business owner. I have a office, an architecture office in Bridgehampton. I tend to employ young people, and to a person, they are unable to live here. My employees drive on an average an hour before they get to work. And it's no way for a young person to start their career. I strongly support housing. And to the fact, speaking as an architect, that this development happens to be on a major artery, such as Route 39, that is a net positive. You're not taking all this traffic through minor municipalities and small streets to get to a residential area. That is in fact the right place to place housing in a hamlet such as ours. So I wholeheartedly support it, and I encourage the board to see it that way as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. Charlie, you have one more?
Yes. Yes.
Are you ready for Bryony? We can't really hear you at all on Zoom. But there I am, so I must be up.
You're up. Yeah, we see you, Bryony.
Okay. My name is Bryony Frage. I'm a resident of Sag Harbor. I am a leader of East End YIMBY. And I was just watching during dinner with my kids. I have 3 boys who attend Sag Harbor Elementary from the ages of 7 to 9 years old. And they were so interested in what was happening tonight. And they know that the work that this town has done, they know the work that East End YIMBY is doing, and they know that we need to say yes to every opportunity we get for affordable housing on the East End. And it is about darn time that we have housing that is affordable east of the canal. We cannot continue to shout about how much we need affordable housing. We need affordable housing. We care about veterans, but we care about teachers, but we care about home health aides, but we care about nurses, but any but, and you don't actually care. Because the only way that we are going to address this problem is to build housing for those people to live and continue be able to sustain our community. And my kids were taught by Cooper Daly. They took swim lessons from Cooper. And hearing his testimony tonight, and they looked at me and said, "Mommy, Cooper lives in a van? Why does Cooper live in a van? How can any of the people here tonight be against finding a house for Cooper?" These are real people in our community, and this development will actually allow people like Cooper, people like your kid's teacher, people who work in this village and town government to live here. So I urge you, we should be so honored to have concern of all people to be building housing here, to do this. And $30 million in 5 years, if this fails, no one else is gonna dare step foot east of the canal to build any affordable housing in the years to come. So please, please, please support this and allow this to go through. Thank you.
All right. I think we've reached the end.
So my name is Carol Bandini,
We're not done.
and I am in complete agreement with the last 2-3 speakers, all those who are in favor of this project. Please don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. There is such a desperate need for affordable housing and for those who really serve the community. We cannot sustain ourselves as a community without them. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that is it. It was Carol. Can you spell your last name?
Bandini, Carol Bandini.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We've reached the end of the speakers. Hold on, let me go to the board a little bit here. There were some requests to not close the hearing, but we could leave the written record open and not, we gave people a lot of opportunities to be heard, both from home and here. It was a night meeting. Sort of what I'm thinking is that we leave the written record open a couple weeks. But Janice, you wanted to, Mr. Dunn?
Ron Hill.
Ron Hill, right, for Dunn Engineering, right? Sorry, Ron. It's been a long night.
Yeah.
Yes, so I just wanted to say, Ron Hill did your traffic analysis. So if you have any questions, I mean, he came here and he sat here all night. So if you do want to ask him anything, or we could just, do it differently, but he is here if you do want to ask him anything based on everything you've heard.
I'd like to read what he wrote, digest it.
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
can.
we can always bring him in while we're, deciding,
Okay,
what
not
to
a
do.
problem. I just want to make sure that
Right.
he can go home then.
Yeah, okay. All right. Folks from Concern or Liberty Gardens, do you want to make any last statement?
Yeah, just
To close this out, and then I'll go back to the board.
It's been a long night, so I'll be quick. First, I want to say, we are not going through Hillcrest. We are not going through Hillcrest. It's not in the plans. I stake my integrity on that. I will put it in writing. I will do anything I need to do to convince you of that. Second, I think we failed. We focused a lot on the veteran side of the housing. I don't think we focused enough on the affordable units. There's 30 units that are going to go through a lottery. As history shows, those units tend to go to people in the immediate vicinity. Large percentages. You heard a couple of times that. I'm passionate about the veterans housing, but I'm really passionate about the affordable housing too. Every time I go through one of our sites and I see people who won the lottery, they tell me, it's like winning the lottery. It really was. It's such a life changer. And so I just want to emphasize that. I think keeping the hearings open to written testimony is a good idea. I'm hesitant about anything that delays it any further. Today we lost our county funding for this project, $900,000. We didn't lose it entirely. They told us it just elapsed because of the amount of time. We have to reapply for it. And we were told we'll probably get it. But probably not the case with the other sources of funding, where they've told me, you gotta close this. If you don't close it soon, we're just gonna end it. So it seems like a benign thing, let's keep the hearings open, but it's not. It's really, losing the funding is serious. And I'll end, Alan talked about, we can do things. We can go to the moon. We can figure these things out. And I'm reminded of the most emotional moment I've ever seen in a meeting like this for veterans was after a lot of people, and this was at the Northport VA, community I live in. Many of my neighbors got up and said, there's going to be too much traffic. There's going to be smells from the facility if they're cooking, and it's going to come over to our houses. And it was a whole list of things. And this 25-year-old veteran wheeled up to the mic, and he looked down at his legs that were no longer there. And he said, I gave a lot for my country. You think you could put up with the smells and the traffic a bit so I can get out of a nursing home, so I can have an accessible unit where I can live and not spend all my time in a nursing home with old people? That really moved me, and I'm hoping that we commit to overcoming these obstacles. I don't have all the answers, but I do commit to working with the town, working with the local residents, to do our best to overcome the obstacles, to get what will truly be, I think, a very special place. Thank you.
Ralph, have you done any outreach to the village in the process? I remember an earlier meeting, we asked you to reach out to some of the neighbors.
Yeah, we met with the mayor. And, we met with a number of the people that were here today and a lot of our changes. We met with Bonnie, and Bonnie said, listen, I support the project. I really can't stand the idea of going through Hillcrest. That's when we changed it. You committed to not going through there as well. I don't want to go back over my testimony, but we got a lot of feedback on this. I don't know if there's anything else. Please let us know if there's anything else we can do to change things at this point. We can't find a different location at this point. It's just we'll lose all the funding. We'll be starting from scratch. So we'll continue to take feedback. We've constantly invited people to come visit us. The concern about the community center, I could understand that if somebody doesn't know what it is. Our community centers are really quiet. People have their own houses. They don't go to the community center to hang out. They go there every once in a while, and they're really quiet. And there's a computer room and a library. It's really, it doesn't interfere. It doesn't interfere with the neighbors right next door who are living in the apartments. It's not going to interfere with the rest of the community. And that's just an example of how if people saw what we did firsthand, I think they'd have a different impression than they have now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so board, we have a lot to digest. We've heard an awful lot of testimony, both for and against. I don't know that having another verbal or, oral hearing is going to provide any additional information. I would say if we leave the written record open for a couple weeks, if people want to put thoughts in writing, I think that's fine. That's my recommendation. I would say leave the written record open for 2 weeks.
I was going to say the same thing. Close the public hearing, leave the written record open for 2 weeks.
There were community members that wanted to speak tonight, and the log was literally aligned to the road, and they left because they couldn't come in to speak. If we're going to leave the written record open for 2 weeks, I would be in favor of allowing people that didn't get a chance, the opportunity to speak this evening, to come in on the 9th, which is in 2 weeks, and close the public hearing on the 9th. So you're still keeping it open for the same amount of time, but you're affording the public one more opportunity to speak.
This was a hybrid meeting, so
I mean,
we made it
and also if you want to take another 10,
accessible.
15 minutes for
This
me
is
to
our
go
second
through.
public hearing on this.
But the other public hearing was carried over.
This is our second public hearing. We had a hybrid, and we're leaving it open for written submissions.
So then I'll take my 10 minutes now and go through what I wanted to say.
Oh, we're going to vote.
But I didn't have the
You could take
opportunity.
We're not voting. We're
No, I'd like to
only voting
speak.
on closing the hearing and leaving the record. That's the only proposal.
But I would
You have a
like to
different
speak.
proposal.
I've never had the opportunity
Okay,
to speak
well,
or
you
weigh in
can-
on this project.
That's fine. So on the issue of the public speaking,
I would like to give them the opportunity to speak on the 9th, and then
Okay.
close it on the 9th.
and John
I'm in favor of closing and leaving it open for written record.
and Rick.
We can close it, keep the written record open.
Okay, so,
Then I'm going to take my 10 minutes.
okay, you take your 10 minutes and then,
I apologize for everyone who's been here for hours, but as I said, this is the first opportunity I've had to weigh in on this project. I was not on the board for all the prior meetings. So I took my time and I went through the DEIS, and I hope that my comments reflect the questions and concerns I have based on that document. The County Road 39 corridor plan states that every new development must provide for cross-access with adjacent lots. This project as proposed doesn't meet that standard. The DEIS states that the proposed project will not result in adverse traffic impact at the study intersections. It is worth noting that we are conducting a pilot program this very week to blink lights and restrict turns to both County Road 39 in an effort to alleviate congestion in these intersections during the morning rush, and Southampton Village is restricting access to village roads during the evening rush to keep through traffic out of neighborhoods. The traffic study states that from January 19th through December 2021, there were 235 accidents at the study intersections. In this 3-year period, there were 15 accidents at the church entrance. It should be noted that the church only has services 2 days per week and was closed during COVID. If we add 99 residents traveling in and out of that entrance 7 days a week, how many accidents can we expect there? The DEIS states that northbound left turns from the site will be able to exit the site in 2 steps, by turning into the two-way center turn lane and then waiting for a gap to merge into westbound through traffic. As anyone who travels westbound on that stretch of roadway between the hours of 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. can confirm, there is no gap. When the lot directly across from the newly proposed entrance is developed, there will also be a direct conflict with eastbound cars stacking in the turn lane to enter that property or waiting in the center turn lane to exit that site in 2 steps. The DEIS states that as the proposed development has less than 100 units, there is no requirement for a secondary access for emergency services. The supervisor is currently working on providing not just a secondary access for emergency services, but a secondary exit for residents of a community of 90 homes that must currently enter and exit solely from County Road 39, citing safety concerns for residents of that neighborhood. How you can ask us to create the same situation we are currently working to mitigate just down the road. I also don't see how we can in good faith tell the residents of Hillcrest Terrace or Seasons Lane that the traffic from this development will never be rerouted through their neighborhoods. The proposed lot for Liberty Gardens is located on County Road 39, not Sabonic Road. Throughout the entire DEIS, it is incorrectly stated that the project is on Sabonic Road. Sabonic Road ends at its intersection with Sandy Hollow. As a specific point of reference, on December 8th, 2021, a letter was sent to 11 community service-related organizations. The letter stated a new vehicle access will be installed on Sabonic Road to serve both the proposed project and the church. Ian King, District EMS Supervisor for the Southampton Volunteer Ambulance, sent a reply which stated, "I just reviewed the letter again. In the 3rd paragraph, you state that the new entrance will be installed on Sabonic Road. Sabonic Road does not, if we could get in writing the correct changes you are referring to, that would be appreciated." Later that same day, Ian King received an updated letter from NPV Senior Planner Philip Malicki correctly stating that the new entrance will be installed on County Road 39. Every reference to Sabonic Road was removed from that letter. According to the information provided in the DEIS, the 10 other community service organization letters were never corrected. This project is compared to Sandy Hollow Cove numerous times in the DEIS. The Sandy Hollow Cove site was a disturbed former mining site that was zoned for affordable housing. The zoning on that site allowed for a maximum density of 64 residents in 4 buildings. The Sandy Hollow Cove project actually decreased the max density to 46 residents in 3 buildings. This project is completely different than Sandy Hollow Cove, but since the applicant made the comparison, I will follow suit. The applicant was asked to show a comparison between the proposed project and one that meets the density allowed under MF 44, which is 20 units. When I looked at the numbers on the table for clearing and lot coverages, they didn't make sense until I looked at the site plans associated with each. The applicant simply erased 1 building from the site plan. Instead of 5 buildings with 60 units, there are 4 buildings with 20 units. The same 4.28 of the 5 acres is cleared, the 6,000 square foot community building remains, and even though only 40 parking stalls would be required, 111 remain. This is not a fair representation of what the MF 44 alternative would look like on this site. As a comparison, Sandy Hollow Cove is 28 units and a community room in 3 buildings with an on-site STP on 2.6 acres. The first goal stated under affordable housing in the comprehensive plan states, increase the amount of homeowner and rental affordable housing in the town, not only for low, moderate income households, but also for working middle income households that are priced out of the market. Moderate income is defined as less than 80% area median income. 87% of the units in this development will be for those earning less than 50% of the area median income, and 12% will be for those earning less than 60%. None of the 60 units will be for those earning up to 80% AMI. As a comparison, Sandy Hollow Cove did provide housing opportunities for those making up to 80% AMI. With higher income thresholds, Sandy Hollow Cove houses local teachers, nurses, and first responders in the community. The lottery for Sandy Hollow Cove was conducted by the Town of Southampton Housing Authority. The 30 supportive units in the proposed Liberty Gardens development will be filled by Suffolk County Central Processing Unit. The remaining 30 units will be filled by a lottery conducted by Concern for Independent Living. Although we are supposed to take on faith that the advertising will target the local area, preference will not be given to Southampton Town residents. The community agency letters of support for this project come from Melville, Brentwood, Amityville, Ronkonkoma, Central Islip, Smithtown, Patchogue, Northport, and other western towns. These organizations promise to refer thousands of consumers that meet the income requirements at the time of rent-up. As the applicant's other housing developments are all located within the towns promising to refer thousands of consumers, it makes sense that those developments serve area residents. Will the same hold true here in Southampton if residents are added to a pool of thousands? The applicant has requested an increase in density 3 times greater than that allowed under MF 44 and 8.5 times greater than what is permitted under R20 zoning. The community benefit being cited in exchange for this increase in density is the creation of affordable community housing. But what will that community benefit cost the community? The DEIS states there will be an increased potential need for emergency services from the Southampton Town Police Department, the Southampton Volunteer Ambulance Service, and the Southampton Fire Department. This need will be offset by increases in tax revenue generated by the project in the form of pilots. So what is that increase in potential need? Sandy Hollow generates on average 7 calls per year for service, while development cited by the applicant as very similar to Liberty Gardens generates on average over 80 calls per year, and over 50 of those calls involve EMS. Based on the 2023 proposed budget for the Southampton Volunteer Ambulance and their current call volume, a single call will cost the district $752. The annual increase in tax revenue generated by the project in the form of pilots is $623. Likewise, the projected 8 school-aged children that will cost Southampton School District $204,600 to educate will be offset by $18,454 in pilots. Police and fire revenue is similarly deficient. The reality is that the increased need will be funded by Southampton Town taxpayers. Last one. The DEIS states no significant adverse impacts on the operations or usage of the hospital's facilities are anticipated, including those relatives to veterans and/or the disabled. In the DEIS, there is a letter from Julie Duncan of the New York State Office of Mental Health that addresses housing for veterans. It states that of the 30 supportive housing units provided, 15 are reserved for veterans, and the remaining 15 have a preference for veterans. I had to go to the New York State Office of Mental Health website to find out who the target population for supportive housing is. I sent Ms. Duncan a copy of her letter and asked the following. I am seeking confirmation that the 30 supportive housing units must meet the 2022 New York State Office of Mental Health supportive housing guidelines for target populations, with the preference for veterans being in addition to those requirements. It is an important question because our local hospital was asked if it had the facilities to support veterans, which of course it does. However, if those veterans must meet the Office of Mental Health supportive housing guidelines for target populations, then they have a very specific set of needs that were not mentioned in any of the requests to community service agencies, including the hospital. Ms. Duncan replied and confirmed that the veteran requirement would be in addition to the Office of Mental Health requirements. The closest hospital to the project, with a comprehensive psychiatric emergency program, is an hour away from this project. It's why our police officers utilize telehealth services. The anticipated demands on community service agencies need to be accurately represented to the agencies in question so that we can make the most informed decision on how the proposed project will affect our community as a whole. To do any less would be a disservice to everyone involved.
Bravo!
Do you want to submit that to the clerk?
I will.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to close the hearing, leave the written record open for 2 weeks. That brings us, somebody looked at the date, I guess to the 8th.
9th, I think.
8th is the Tuesday.
9th.
Hold on. Looks, we're not meeting that day.
Our task board meeting was postponed till the
Oh,
9th.
got moved, yeah.
Because of
Election
election day.
day.
So it's on Wednesday, the 9th at 1 p.m.
All right, so why don't we then, why don't we leave the record open? We'll leave the record open for 2 weeks, and then we'll be able to close it on Tuesday, and, rather than leave it open for 15 days. It's,
I'll second that.
So November 8th.
yeah, I'm thinking November 8th. So
This is a-
seconded by
Developing motion.
Councilman Schiavone. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye. No.
And one no. Okay. So that is the last, thank you. If you want to exit, just do so quietly. We're going to move on to other matters.
Public portion.
Next is public portion.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. That's why we're here.
We're in session right now.
Okay, so, excuse me, I just asked for quiet, please, so we can continue on. So, the first speaker for public portion.
She does a great deal of work.
Is Gail Lombardi. Gail will be followed by Amy Paradise, then Ray D'Angelo, and then Donna Crembro.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, Gail,
I'll try to stay away from this mic because it's really echoing. My partner says I sounded really angry at the last.
You're exiting, please.
Can
Just
you-
Gail, hold on one second. We'll hold the clock. Can
Okay.
everybody exit quietly who's exiting so we can continue, please? You have still a long night ahead.
I
Okay,
know.
go
You
ahead.
guys do. I do. I commend all of you. I know that sounds hard to believe that I actually say that, but my partner says I sound very angry at the last listening session. Again, some of it, and hopefully I'll go just a little bit over my 3 minutes. Some of it is my own frustration because I'm a visual person in a visual world in a non-visual body. So it is very frustrating. And the second thing is you guys frustrate me. Because as a former auditor, and I listen to Cindy very carefully, there is no sound planning process. And I know that's harsh, but I'm an auditor. So we used to audit, the output and put it against what the supporting documentation was. And so that was part of our audit process. But the other process we did was we audited the process. Because you could have a bad process and come out with a good outcome because a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So we would then have to report to the SEC that while, they had some good numbers, they actually have a really bad process and you shouldn't invest in this firm. So you're a sound plan.
Gail, I'm so sorry, but I can't hear everything you're saying because there's still talking going on in the audience.
Okay,
Can I ask the audience to, no side conversations? I'm sorry, we'll add a little time onto your.
Okay, so these controversies and the brouhaha at the high school and my lawsuit would really not happen if you had a good process. So Cindy spent a lot of time reviewing the EIS. I spent a lot of time reviewing the GEIS. And when I started my Article 78, I had 150 auditing differences of what was said, what was done. So, and obviously that's not how I could file an Article 78. But, that's what I expect you guys to do before this. This was awful. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for you, for the people that came here. But again, the interesting thing is that the gentleman said that we need to look for a different spot. So again, not having a sound planning process, you react to what developers want. We want to do this, we want to do that, and the HBDOD, whether it was a combination of reacting to a developer or, some other, not just developers, but like some initiatives. So there's no process. And so without that, I think it was Mary Pazin said at the one of the listening sessions that, we don't trust you. There's horrible rumors that go on around all of you, of who your investments are, who you're related to. And you give us no ammunition to dispute that because, again, you don't have this process. So that was my first point. The second point is the last meeting, I think it was a pretty rambunctious crowd at the listening session that really supported that you guys abandoned the appeal for the HBDOD because I think, there was 3 listening sessions. Yes, I've heard the disparaging remark about the demographics, but pretty much everyone in there, doesn't want the existing HBDOD and it's kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth. And Cindy did commit to it, and Supervisor Schneiderman kind of committed to it, not really. So I'm hoping that, you guys move forward with that. And the last thing I want to say is that the secret, I really do feel that you don't treat it with the respect. And I know it's only needed to be considered, but you have a resolution on today's agenda with the housing plan that you have adopting a negative declaration. First of all, the housing plan, somebody smarter and more knowledgeable in this called it Swiss cheese, because you could drive Mack trucks through it. And then a negative declaration. So, now I'm going to start the whole process. I'll start the FOIL request and, where were you deficient, just like Cindy pointed out, and do I have now a potential, or other people have a potential Article 78 against the housing plan adopted as part of the comprehensive plan. So again, it's just, and I feel horrible because you are all nice, I don't know you, but you seem like all really nice people, you have families. I don't want to be up here saying this, but you don't have a process that works, obviously. This wouldn't have happened if it worked. The HBODOD wouldn't have happened if it worked. So think about it. Think about what's wrong, because this shouldn't be going on. 6-year projects, ridiculous. This project going on this amount of time, ridiculous. But that's your fault, your process. So tone is from the top. That's all I could tell you. I audited it. If you want help, I could tell you, I could give you a recommendation for people to get your process together. Right? So thank you for your time.
Thank you. No, the next, fill out.
She can speak
Okay,
in public.
fill out a card and we're happy to let you speak. Francis, just follow the process. All right, next. No, Amy Paradise is the next speaker. You can walk it out to the hall, fill out a card, and we'll give you your 3 minutes, like everybody else.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This will take 4 minutes. Ms. McNamara, based on your comments at the last Thursday night session, I'd like to hear a motion to drop the appeal. Simply done. Let's move it, let's drop it. It's a gesture of good faith for the town of Hampton Bays. Then we know that the conversations we're having can have some real impact. Ready for a
I'm not
motion?
putting the town board on the spot like that.
I think it's quite appropriate that it be
There's no
done in
resolution
public and now.
Amy, there's no resolution in front of us, so it's, we understand your point. You clearly would
We've
like.
got till the 17th.
Okay, thank you.
There's no reason to not do it. None. You can do it right now. You simply have a motion and you do it. Why not?
Thank you, Amy. Okay. Next speaker, Ray D'Angelo.
I don't know how you guys do this, I'm tired.
Come on, Ray, you fought fires in the Bronx.
A long time ago.
We still got a full agenda ahead of us, so.
And then we gotta go to Zoom.
Ms. McNamara, your comments were very good, really, very appreciated. I'm going to talk about something at the Italian-American luncheon on Columbus Day. Mr. Martel was there. I spoke about Columbus Day and the importance of Columbus Day to the Italian-American community. And you probably know, like, there's an effort to try to cancel Columbus Day. And I think there's a misunderstanding. And first of all, I want to say that I'm a big, as you know, I had the Shinnecock Nation when I was the chairman of the CAC.
There's so much noise
There's a lot of
outside.
noise out there, it's hard to hear.
Continue.
Ready? Okay. So I do feel like I do support Indigenous Peoples Day. I just don't feel that it should be on Columbus Day. And there's a misunderstanding about Columbus Day. Just to give you some background, Columbus Day was never about Columbus. It was started by Benjamin Harris in response to a very heinous situation that happened in New Orleans where they lynched 11 Sicilian Italian Americans that were working down there. They were acquitted of a murder, and 2 days later, they were lynched. It was the largest lynching in American history, 11 of them. And in the following outrage from the Pope and the Italian government to try to placate that, Benjamin Harris decided that they needed to have some type of holiday to mark the Italian Americans' situation in this country. I mean, they were at that time, Italian Americans were horribly treated. They suffered racism, discrimination. Even up here in the metropolitan area, there was lynchings of Italian Americans. 40% of the people in this country that were lynched were not African Americans. They were various other groups. They were Catholic. The country was predominantly Protestant. So they were targets of severe racism and discrimination. So Benjamin Harris decides to have this. This was in 1892, which was the 400th anniversary of Columbus. So he figured he was Italian, so we're going to pick this day, and it was only supposed to be for one year. But the Italian people embraced it. This was something they could rally around. And it really represented all the Italian heritage as a family of the Catholic Church. And at that time, it reminds me of the immigrants we have now. They were very hardworking. So this day is not really about Columbus. You notice I didn't even try to defend Columbus. It's about Italian heritage. And as you know, or may not know, that in the Southampton School District, they did away with Columbus Day. And I just wanted to preempt anything, if there's any kind of notion here in the town board of doing that we will strongly resist it. As you may know, that in Suffolk County, Supervisor Steineman, 29% of the population are Italian Americans. And it's slightly lower for the town, but it's in the low 20s. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that, it's about our heritage. It's not really about Columbus, and it's very important to us. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. I'm done.
Ray, I still have the article you shared with us at the luncheon that day, so I will share it with the rest of the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Schiavone, I hope next year you could come down and.
The pronunciation is Schiavone. Grazie.
All right, next is.
So 20% of the town board.
Did you want to speak, Donna?
Donna Kronborg is next.
6 o'clock. Oh, no. Oh, you missed
Yeah.
your public hearing.
No, I actually went
To the school board and came back.
No, not on public hearing. This is public portion.
Okay.
Donna?
Good night.
Good night, Ray.
Good night. Well, I guess
have
if
to come-
anything, I'm gonna end on a good note.
Okay.
I
Oh.
would just like you all to take a look and pass it down.
Clerk
I know
first.
this might not be conventional, but
Are you sharing that, or do you want it back?
I would like to have it back, but it
Okay.
gives you
Oh, no, we're good.
visual of what I'm about to say.
Okay.
It's not a public hearing, so I don't need.
My name is Donna Kremborg. I am a 52-year resident of North Sea. And I come to you tonight because I want to commend this board, the North Sea Fire Department, the Town of Southampton Highway Department, and my own Southampton Volunteer Ambulance. As you see those pictures go by, I just want to give you a little background. It's a typical Tuesday, October 4th. We get toned out for a car versus tree. We get them all the time. We routinely show up. What we didn't expect was a quote that I have the benefit of having as my lead paramedic in my corps. Was in the 42 years of his service, the extrication that was needed to get that patient safe out of that vehicle was going to be approximately 55 minutes. But through his coordination and efforts, we were able to enlist not only the volunteer members of North Sea Fire Department, but for Charlie McCardle and his talented Highway Department crew. And 3 barns showed up that day. And this guy has now been able to live because of a well-coordinated, we take safety first, and that is of the patient and of the workers. So this was an incident where volunteers came together with proper guidance, leadership, and just training. And I didn't want to speak on public hearings about the need for volunteer because I saw it firsthand how valuable my volunteers are. And this town highway department that I am so proud to represent. So I would like you all to go home and thank yourselves that we have such capable an amazing group of people. And my medic personally wrote a letter to Charlie McCardle and to Ryan, excuse me, I brought notes, Ryan White, the chief of the North Sea Fire Department. So I just wanted to extend my thanks to you for employing such great people, and the way the volunteers and the highway department came together on this day, where not only the patient lives another day, but we all work together in the safest manner possible. So I thank you for all of that. But these guys all deserve the recognition that they're required to save this man's life.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time and coming out and letting us know.
And
We
waiting for
appreciate it.
something
And-
that-
4
right.
hours.
Irreplaceable.
Irreplaceable. You don't see this. You don't train for this. Car versus train, no, tree versus car.
The training does kick in, and they know how to use the equipment.
And
yeah.
having the trust in each
Right.
other was so choreographed, because one wrong move and the patient is the unsung
Say
hero.
it in the mic.
Oh, Charles, I knew you were gonna yell that.
This is good stuff.
The unsung hero here is that patient was conscious and alert, but he stayed calm, cool, and collected because of who was speaking to him and how they were speaking to him and how they explained each technical process it took. This man sat in a truck for 55 minutes before being extricated. So, and that is a
I'm
testament.
sure with serious injuries as well.
Serious facial.
Wow.
An inch more, and I unfortunately would not be standing here today. So I leave you with this. I am extremely proud to be a resident of North Sea and the community in which I serve, and I will continue to serve for as long as God will let me.
Thank
So
you.
you guys all have a
Thank you,
great
Donna.
night.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Thank your crew.
And the fire department.
And the fire
Highway department.
All right, Charlie, we're in public portion. There may be some people watching online who want to be heard. Do you have anyone?
Wait, that was a nice way to end a 4-hour public session.
Unfortunately.
I know, there may be someone online.
Go to the tape.
There's no hands.
That was
That
the
was
last
good.
word.
That was.
All right.
That was a nice last word.
With a survivor. Thank you.
All right, I'll make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so we're gonna go to the agenda.
Okay. And Town Board Resolution 1055 of 2022 to authorize FM Global Grant application for the purchase of equipment for the Division of Fire Prevention.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1056 of 2022, authorized change in scope for the 2021 Mill Pond Aquatic Habitat Restoration Water Quality Grant. Co-sponsored with Councilman Martell and
Second.
Councilman Bouvier.
Seconded by Councilman
Second and
Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Approved. 1057 of 22, authorized supervisor to sign a contract extension for property cleanup to bring properties back into compliance with Rockmore Contracting Corporation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, how do you say it?
Schiavone.
Schiavone.
It's a Y sound in those.
All in
yeah.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1058 of 22, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone.
However you want to say it.
Yeah, it's 10:20, whatever you want to say.
All right, Schiavone, that's the way I've been doing it. Authorized supervisor to execute letter of intent and the issuance of a purchase order with Verizon as it relates to the Southampton Volunteer Ambulance Building
Second.
project. Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1059 of 22, authorized supervisor to sign contract extensions for banners and signs with Fisher Signs and Shirts LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1060 of 22. Award and authorize supervisor to sign contract with Fisher Signs and Shirts LLC for vehicle graphics.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1061 of 2022, authorized supervisor to sign contract extension for repair and install sidewalks with Long Island Mason and Concrete.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1062 of 2022, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized supervisor to sign contract extensions for street sweeper parts and gutter and rear brooms with Malvisi Equipment Company and Trias Incorporated.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1063 of 22, authorized the purchase of gasoline from New York State OGS contract with Sprague Operating Resources LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1064 of 2022, authorize the supervisor to sign extension with Great Northern Fibers LLC for private or municipal markets for the disposal and recycling services for mixed paper and corrugated cardboard.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1065 of 22, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorized the supervisor to execute a 2022 Cultural Arts and Recreation Grant for West Hampton Beach Performing Arts Center, Inc.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1066 of 22, authorized the supervisor to execute a 2023 contract extension with Naraki Smith LLP for the preparation of an annual financial audit for the year ending December 31st, 2022.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
approved.
Town Board Resolution 1067 of 2022, authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with Long Island Telecommunications and Electronic Services, Inc. for portable radios at the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1068 of 2022, authorize the supervisor to sign a sole source contract with General Code LLC for services for the town clerk's office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1069, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone.
Yeah.
Get that? All right.
That's good.
Is the authorized supervisor to sign contract with radio stations in order to inform the public about Proposition 3 on the November election ballot, the Conic Bay Regional Community Housing Fund.
Second.
Seconded by
On the motion, I just can't, there's so much misinformation about this proposition that any positive information or any correct information we can get out will go a long way.
All right.
Yep, I agree.
So there's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1070 of 2022 is to reward and authorize supervisor to sign a contract for closed top-shelf contained ejector trailer with hydraulic roof opening from Spectre Manufacturing Incorporated.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1071 of 22, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract for professional surveying and engineering services for Noyak Road pedestrian enhancements with Greenman Pedersen, Inc.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1072 of 2022, co-sponsored with the supervisor, to recall and amend Resolution 22-35, authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents related to an agreement with Telview Corporation to purchase and install broadcast equipment and software for Southampton Channel 20.
I'll second, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1073 of 2022, recall and amend Town Board Resolution 2022-221, purchase of food products and related supplies from Omnia Partners with Premier Inc. with distribution through U.S. Foods.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1074 of 22, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, 2022 notice to bidders for disposal of recycling services for unprocessed construction and demolition debris.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1075, is that correct?
Yep.
1075 of 2022. Is a notice, a 2022 notice to bidders for farming at Sayer Field, 93 Butter Lane, Bridgehampton. This is a rebid.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1076 of 22, amends the 2022 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1077 of 22, accepts resignation of John Leonard from the Architectural Review Board.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in
And
favor?
Aye.
they'll miss him, but
Aye.
he's gone to a good
Approved.
place. That
Yes.
doesn't sound right.
No, that
but-
doesn't sound good, but We had appointed him to zoning board contingent upon that resignation,
Yep.
which he has submitted. Okay, 1078 of 2022, co-sponsored by the full board, resolution adopting housing plan as an amendment to the Southampton Town Comprehensive Plan.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1079 of 2022 to authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Hampton Bays Union Free School District Homecoming Parade on October 14th, 2022, from 4 p.m. to 6:30 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye. And
approved.
co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier. Excuse me, it's late. Yeah.
Town Board Resolution 1080 of 2022, authorize waiver of parks and recreation facility use fee for the Hampton Bays High School Interact Run as One 5K on November 5th, 2022.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1081 of 22, authorize the supervisor to submit to the Clean Energy Communities Grant application for the purchase of an electric vehicle.
Second.
Seconded by the co-sponsor.
It's getting
Co-sponsored by
late.
Councilman Bouvier and seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. All right, 1082 of 22, also co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, authorize the supervisor to submit to the Clean Energy Communities Grant application for the purchase of several electric charging stations and an electric vehicle.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1083 of 22, Hampton Bays Water District to accept donation from Hampton Bays Fire Department for 2 vehicles.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1084 of 2022. This is a 2022 standard workday and reporting resolution for elected officials.
Second.
Seconded. Jim, on this,
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that
somebody had asked
question.
me a question. Like, I know for me, this is very low. I work quite a bit more than that. But this is just.
These are minimum numbers.
These are minimum numbers, but are they, or each individual stating, or there's been some kind of audit that that's the number of hours that they work?
Those
Or
are
is it-
days.
Oh, days or months?
Days of the month.
Right,
Yes.
but are they still saying that that's,
Based on your standard workday.
it's based on a standard workday, but is it based on evidence that was provided by those individuals, is what I'm saying?
I
Yes.
gave a whole
You have
book.
to, you have to fill
Sure,
out a
first year.
chart.
Yeah, I did it a while ago.
A long
Yes,
time
and you're
ago,
allowed to
yeah.
renew it, I believe, once. You're allowed to renew that same calendar for one term. When you're in your 3rd term, then you have to, I think, do a new one. If I'm
we only have
correct,
2
because I think I did the same this time.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's
it
a
was like
Sandra.
It was like an accounting
That's
of
a
every
Sandra
single
thing.
day of what you did.
so, I mean.
Yeah, we don't.
I mean, looking at the judges, it was
Yeah.
clearly a misinterpretation of what some people thought.
Well, that's, I think the question is that one of the judges is
Working 28 days a
is
week,
28
a month.
days per month,
Out of 30.
whereas
Yeah, that's
one
weird.
judge is only 5 days a
Yeah,
month.
it's actually 28.3.
Right.
And that was a question, particularly, the judge also works in other jurisdictions, so
Oh, right.
that may be a mistake, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. That is an odd number there.
Should we check that to make sure that's accurate?
Sure, yeah, we can,
All right, so
hold
why don't-
off, we can check with
All right,
personnel on that.
I'll pull my motion to approve. Is there a time frame that this has to be done by?
I don't know, I'm not aware of anything, but I'll
might
check
be.
with personnel on
All right, let's just double check with personnel. So I'll make a motion to table instead.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Well, just tabling
Has
to the
do
next
with their
meeting.
pension calculations. and
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1085 of 22 appoints Valerie Bellevue to Justice Court Clerk position in Justice Court.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. I just want to go back for a second. On 1084, I might have said approved, but the tabling was approved.
Right,
So it was a
table.
motion to table, and it was tabled. Okay, just want to be clear on the record. So 1086 of 22, attendance at 2022 IA Pro Training Symposium.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
That's police stuff, right? Yeah.
1087 of 22, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, is a notice of public hearing for 2023 fire protection contracts.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1088 of 2022, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell. Notice of hearing to amend, it should say amend instead of amending, Article 6, parking time limited in designated locations, to strike an inconsistent regulation, Chapter 312-3218, which allows for parking on the east and west side of Canoe Place Road between its intersections with Banning Avenue and Argonne Road, which is a no-stopping zone.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that hearing is when? That's Wednesday, November 9th, 2022, 1 PM at Town Hall, and hybrid as well. Okay. John, you're
Town
next.
Board Resolution 1080 of 2022, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone. is a
10
notice-
I have 1089.
I'm sorry, 1089, my apologies.
No problem.
Co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone is a notice of public hearing to consider historic landmark designation of the property located at 29 Dock Road, Remsenburg, Spionk, Suffolk County tax map, as indicated in the resolution, the Weetena Duck Farm residence.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. That also will be November, this is a
This is
different date.
22nd.
No,
Different date.
this is not, it's not also, it's a different date, November 22nd,
Yep.
2022, it's at 6 PM.
Town
And
Board-
also by in-person and hybrid. Go ahead, John.
Town Board Resolution 1090 of 2022 is a road review application for Irene Hope Gaza, Suffolk County tax map, as indicated in the resolution. Situate at North Sea is accepted. And that's the end of the
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. John, you're next on the walk-ons.
Walk-on number 41531 is authorize the supervisor to execute and extend the license agreement with Cornell University Cooperative Extension of Suffolk County to provide services to the town and for use of Tiana Bay facility. This is an extension of the current contract that we have with them.
Second.
now.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor, approved. 41548, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, appoints Michael Tagliavia to the Architectural Review Board.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 41560, co-sponsored by the full board, authorizes the supervisor to sign any and all agreements for awards of Community Preservation Fund, 20% water quality improvement project funds.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 41561 is warrant number 20, capital 20, CPF 20, and payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. And the last resolution, 10:30 in the evening, 41562, authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with Thomson Reuters for online legal subscriptions for the town attorney's office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that gets us to the end of this long evening's agenda.
Did we miss two?
Nope. Is there any other business? Please say no.
No.
Thank you. Other than going home and getting dinner at 10:30. All right, I'll make a motion to
Probably
adjourn.
can't go through it.
Second.
Days, right? Walking on the road.
Second on the motion to adjourn by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
I just have to tell you all that I sat